Hey, we're live. It's James here. So, Witch on the Holy Night. Hopefully, we're gonna finish this today. Surely we're gonna finish this today. We only have one extra chapter left. I think that is the title. Anyone can sleep but not laugh. So, last week I started this. It was like, this is gonna be really long. So, I decided to stop a bit in and then continue it this week. But yeah, so let's get started. I don't think it'll be too long. Had a quick Google of someone else's playthrough and saw that it was like about an hour and a half or something. So that's okay. That's not too bad. So let's just go through this. I'm just gonna start over, just to make it easy. That it's all in the one video. Over to the Kuonji estate in Misaki Town in the fall, a year after the Witch on a Holy Night. Oh, it's a year after. I totally missed that. What follows is an extra chapter that's pretty long. If you just finished Witch on the Holy Night, we recommend you take a break first. I totally missed it was a year after. Central Park. Finished making extra prints at the store. I threw away these disposable cameras so I didn't have to carry it around. It was a beautiful day out. The sky was clear and the autumn air was crisp. The troubles of the summer are gone and it was a brand new day. Kojika Kumari was about to spend my long weekend at the strangest of events. Yeah, it's from Kumari's perspective, that's right, that's right.
お待たせ。あれ、熊ったら大荷物。なん。
An hour had passed already, and it was 1 p.m. Kawasaki arrived at our meeting place. Kawasaki was my classmate, friend, and comrade on the student council. We'd only been friends since high school, but oddly felt longer. But we'd always known each other. As you can see, she was as bright and lively as ever. If she was a drink, she'd be a soft drink, carbonated soda. She was the kind of person who solved a tough problem by hitting it until it surrendered.
今日のクオンジ亭パーティーはこっちでいろいろ用意してあるから手ぶらでいいって招待状に書いてなかった？何それ聞いてない。まったく間違いだらけね。誕生日を祝うから連休始めに来てほしい。各自料理持参としか書かれていなかったわ。そうなの？ごめんごめん。アリスったらこういうのまだ慣れていないから。朝一でやっぱり迎えに来てって電話してきたのはそういうわけだったのね。まあそれはそれとして、後ろのなんとも場違いに地味な方ってもしかしてお連れの方？
あれ嫌だな。このスーツ昨日下ろしたばっかりなんだけど、おめかしして見えないかい？
It's the same! You know, yeah.
コピーペーパーと見間違うほどいつも通りです、山城先生。それで今日は何でしょう？教え子を尾行するとか、あと数年したら立派な犯罪になりますから自重してほしいんですけど。
He never pulled her punches, inside or outside of school. She was particularly harsh to Mr. Yamashiro, almost like they were related.
お、ストーキングってやつだね。そういうのは青崎くんの方が得意だと思うんだが、いや、あくまで個人的な感想だから聞き流して。ほら、怖い顔しないでこれを見てみて。今朝僕のところにも招待状が送られていてね。見れば生徒会の役員が参加とある。生徒会顧問として君たちの監督をしないといけないだろう。
The invitation Mr. Yamashiro pulled out was the same one as I got. Ozaki looked surprised, to say the least. That was no act.
その字は宗十郎か。あいつが変に律儀なこと気をつけておくべきだった。
素晴らしい気遣いじゃないか。僕はね、青崎くん、 しずきくんはいつか多分おそらく機会さえあればやる生徒だと思っていたんだ。それがこんな楽しそうなイベントに青崎が何するか不安なので監督しに来てくださいなんて書かれた招待状を送ってくるなんて成長の度合い著しい。
Saki let out the feet aside. Couldn't turn away Mr. Yamashiro since he'd been formally invited. However cold-hearted she appeared, she did have a sense of etiquette.
仕方ない。こぶつきだけど案内するわ。二人とも久遠寺邸は初めて？
初めてです。地元の住人なら白犬塚にはあまり近寄りませんからね。今年の夏だってほら。
私はそうでもないけど、そもそもこの山、この辺りの子供にしたらちょっとした聖地なんだし。
Sacred ground was an exaggeration. I couldn't think of a better way to just describe it. For years there have been urban legends circulating around about the hills here. Like the demon dog of the slope, where if you went into the woods on a foggy day, you'd come out either as someone different or with strange powers. The stories are probably the reason kids come here, to test their courage. In elementary school, if you went into the woods and touched the mailbox of the haunted house, you were officially awesome right up until graduation. I guess that's why sacred ground seemed to fit the area.
なるほど。青崎くんは2年半この道を通学路に使っていたんだね。そりゃ足も鍛えられるってもんだ。
Mr. Yamashiro gazed down at the city excitedly. It was the first time he had seen it from this angle. I'd like to feel that excited too. I couldn't relax, given the situation. Because...
青崎くん、受験勉強ははかどってる？ま、君はきっちり自己管理できる子だから心配するまでもないんだけどね。
言われなくてもきっちりやってます。山城先生のお手は煩わせません。
ならいいけど、青崎くん推薦蹴っちゃうんだもんな。そんなに地元の大学は嫌かい？
いや、というわけではありません。選択肢を狭めたくなかっただけです。私は結構ですから、助言ならくまりさんにしてあげてください。
いや、くまりくんは鉄板でしょう。もう水空の推薦取っているんですから。ご両親もくまりくん自身も水空への進学を決めているわけですし。
あ。
Silently tried to tell Awazaki to ignore the topic. Let me take a moment here to talk about my history and what was happening today. My name is Koji Hipumuri. I'm a third-year senior in high school. You know what students are like, struggling through exams without any hopes or dreams. I'm not a typical student. I want to attend a college in the city. Planning to attend a local university, given my current academic performance. That should be a piece of cake. Parents insist I get a job. They don't want me attending college at all.
お前はうちの家業を手伝うんだから大学に行く必要はない。
Sibels, what's up? How you doing? Finishing off. Because we need to get it done. This should be the last stream for it. This is the last chapter we've got. Finishing it tonight. Should take about an hour and a half, so. It's my old-fashioned father for you. As big and as hard-headed as the bear. Luckily, my older brothers managed to convince him to let me go, despite his archaic ways.
マッドダディ、小鹿にはまだ学生生活が必要だ。特に体操競技とか。あん馬をやらずして何が青春か。
Probably will be playing infield on my own after this. I played a little bit earlier today, but not too much. I wanna just take some time to just sit down and just play it.
だからお前は長男なのだ。釣りはこそ司法。あん馬とか軟弱すぎて話にならん。ばっかじゃねえのダブル兄貴。かっちょいいのは鉄棒でしょやっぱ。縦回転のグレード感と とか脳内麻薬ドッパドパ、ありゃハマったら社会復帰とか難しいから。そして自慢したい、うちの妹美咲で一番可愛いって自慢したい。クソスケート部のやつらとか間違いなく俺たちに土下座するよね。妹さんをスケート部にくださいって。
Say my brothers are idiots. Those gymnastics events were male only, for goodness sake.
なんという無屈的兄弟愛。お前たちのような脳筋をこれ以上増やしたくないが、小鹿ならそんな悪夢はおきまい。しゃあねえ、みぞら大なら俺も許す。地元の大学だし、うちの常連さんも増えるだろうしな。
What's the decision my 4 brothers and my father came to their little huddle? Just thinking about my family makes me want to die. But that's how it's been since elementary school. So I'm used to feeling like that. Did as my father asked and set my sights on Missouri Sports Science University. I put him at ease, things in mind. I convinced him to let me put down a college in the city as my safety school.
先生への建前上、進路希望には3つまで志望校を書く必要があったの。形の上だけだから、受験代の用意はしなくていい。
My father believed every word of it. Of course, I fully intended to go to my second choice in the city. That's why I secretly worked a part-time job. I'd saved enough over 3 years to cover living costs if I got in. I'd have to get a loan for tuition fees. It's the only way to make this plan work. Father was stubborn and brash, but he appreciated hard work and diligence. If he saw that I passed my exams while saving up enough money to pay for myself, he'd probably let me go. Not that I wouldn't even if he disapproved. Everything was going according to plan so far. The only thing that could stop me was some illness preventing me from taking the entrance exam. There was one other thing.
そういえば青崎くんは彼氏とかいないのかい？
Saki didn't reply. It's a beautiful day and Mr. Yamashiro had been invited to a party, though he couldn't be thinking straight. He'd unknowingly spoken a word forbidden in Misaki High. Strangely, then again, maybe it's not so strange. Saki was single. She was undoubtedly attractive, if she wasn't speaking to you. But she was permanently in a bad mood and didn't want small talk.
山城先生、徹夜明けですか？
いや、だってほら気になるでしょ。もうすぐ生徒会の役割から解放されるわけですしね。青崎くんほどの子が青春を謳歌しないのは教師として僕も心苦しい。
お心遣いありがとうございます、山城先生。でしたら今から付き合いましょうか。とりあえず恋人同士らしくそこの暗がりに連れ込んでいいですか？これからすることとかあまり人目につくとまずいので。
Azaki beamed. Could kill.
ごめん、確かに正気じゃなかった。だからその明日にも僕から職を奪いそうな企みはやめてくれ。そもそも受験生に恋はご法度だったしね。いや健全で大いに結構。
Yamashiro laughed uncomfortably.
まったくです。くれぐれも口には気をつけてくださいね、山城先生。これから行くところでそんな浮ついた頭のやつとかいませんからね、クマ。そうね、パーティーといってもあくまで誕生会って話だし。
Starting to feel a little inadequate. I wasn't as attractive or cool as Awasaki. I mean, I wasn't even sure my college plan was really going to work. I felt more anxious every day. Pathetic, I know. But I didn't already have enough to worry about. It's the equally big problem of a boy at school.
けどよくクオンジさんが承諾したわね。青崎の話じゃ彼女の父親でさえめったに入れないんでしょ。それには私も驚いてる。人間変われば変わるもんだってね。
しずきくんのお友達なら上がってもらって構わないけど。
なんてセリフアリスから出ると思わなかったわ。
Sojuro's influence, I'm sure. The gate to Shirena's stood tall, as if designed to warn off visitors. Okay. It's like he opened the gate. It wasn't even locked. It felt like we were passing into a different world. Was it just me, or did the trees and mountains look different inside? Oh! Okay. Choices here. Okay, so here's where you give us the choices. It's always unlocked. I was thinking this from Kumari's perspective. Saying maybe it's always unlocked would be like, maybe it's always unguarded kind of thing. Which is, right? Might be an ill omen. I couldn't. Let's be a little bit risk adverse. Spaced out and random thoughts filled my mind.
くまりくん、何しているんですか？行きますよ。
はい、すぐ行きます。
The other two had already set off. I picked up my things and followed them. It's like he was verbally sparring with Mr. Yamashiro as they walked down the tree-lined path. I hurried after them. Looking up at the sky, I saw ominous clouds starting to roll in.
あれ、今日の天気予報どうだったっけ？
The heavens looked like they could open up at any moment. Would I have to trek back home in the rain? We were past the woods. I could see more clearly. In the clearing stood a large building that felt out of time.
おや、これはまた立派な洋館だ。幽霊屋敷なんて誰が言い出したんだろうね。誹謗中傷もいいところだ。
そうでもないですよ。火のないところに煙は立たないって言葉、ここに限っては本当ですから。お化けが出たくらいで騒がないでくださいね、山城先生。
青崎くんがそんな冗談を口にするなんて、僕らとしてはそっちの方が怖いな。
Wonder if he actually believes her. I've known Aozaki for 3 years. I think she's never told a joke with that expression.
青崎、今の話、本当？お化けが出るかは別にして、不思議なことなら起こらないこともないわ。大丈夫。おかしなものを見てもスルーすれば害はないから。
So there might be something weird. Agree with Mr. Yamashiro. Ignore anything weird, even ghosts, was kind of a scary thing to say. The foyer of the Kuanji estate was colder than I expected. I knew the mountains were colder. This was something else. It felt like winter in here.
中も驚きですね。外見から典型的なチューダー式かと思いましたが、ロビーの作りはロマネスク建築に近い。隣の通路とロビーとでも大きく年代が違いますね。まるでここだけ違う建物から持ってきた。おや？
不思議、山城がいるよ。
The stupid, irritating voice behind me. Sure enough, there was an idiot standing in the foyer.
お、小鹿も一緒じゃん。そっか、会長ったら朝からいないと思ったら2人を迎えに行ってたんだな。
ちょっと、なんでホウスケがいんのよ。宗十郎が声をかけたんでしょ。あいつ、今日はみんなを喜ばせるとか張り切ってたから。ま、適切なチョイスじゃないけど、最悪ってわけでもないんじゃない？木の実くん、とにかく騒がしいし。
おう、任せとけ。 ご期待に沿うよう今日は大量に新ネタ仕込んできたからね。階段もモノマネ芸もそう簡単には品切れにはならねえぜ。
Just imagining him being a clown. But like one of those with the party hat and the string thing, whatever it is.
騒がしいだけならガチョウでも代用は聞くでしょうに。しずきの考えてほんとわかんない。ホスケ、バカッとしてないで荷物持ってよ。
そこはボケだよね。ボケって言うんだよね普通。
I ignored him and put my overnight bag down on the floor. Oh, it's an
中
overnight
身
stay.
見ないでよね。
頼まれたって見ないっしょ。小鹿の色気のない着替えとかもう No thanks, no future, no tax。
Thanks, no future, no tax. What?
いやにしても重いな。体に似合わず重装備じゃねえかおい。
Dylan, what's up? How you doing? We're going through the last chapter. It's the extra chapter for Mahoyo. Skip picked up my bag and carried it toward the hallway to the east wing. Most funny chapter. I didn't realize that there's actually dialogue options for this. So I'm like, oh, okay, it might take me a bit longer to clear then. Of course it was heavy. Wouldn't come here without my trusty wok, cleaver, rice, and chashu. What if I wanted fried rice later?
あっちが今よ。基本パーティー会場はこっちだから。それとアリスの気遣いで客室も用意されているから、疲れたらそっちに移動して。着替えとかは客室で済ませちゃってね。
Chapter that your choices matter. I didn't have choices in any other chapter though. That's weird. In that case, Session B. I'll do something random. What does she say? Okay. Drawing room's over there, that's where the party's going to be. Wolfscape picked up my bag and carried it towards the hallway. Oh, so we're not... So I'm not carrying shit right now. Let's go to the... Let's go to the hallway, the drawing room. Let's meet everyone. I'll do something random as a bit sus. At the very least, I should greet the mansion's owner and the guests. I decided to head straight to the drawing room.
こっちこっち。もう大体集まってるから。
The corridor of the East Wing's first floor was dimly lit. I could hear the sound of friendly chatter from beyond the door ahead. When I entered, I had to stop myself from jumping out of my skin. The parlor was cozy compared to the lobby, but I didn't have time to appreciate it. I was too distracted by a familiar face I hadn't expected to run into. First was Alice Kuanji. I was nervous because I had only met her once or twice, but she wasn't the one who surprised me. Next was Bear. He was a child who often hung around the shopping district. Almost like a guardian spirit, or perhaps a greedy little goblin. I'd spoken to him before, so he wasn't a shocker either. Last was the student council vice president. Come to think of it, he was acquainted with Awazaki and Shizuki, so it made sense that he'd be at this birthday party. It did make sense.
ちょっと、なんで築地がいるの？あら、飛び丸も来るって言ってなかったっけ？というか、いちいち言わないとダメだったかしら？ダメってことは別にないけど。ならいいじゃない。生徒会じゃ毎日顔合わせているんだし、気にならないでしょ？学校の中と外は別よ。だいたい私これ普段着なんだし。
Does she have a crush? Okay. I see a blush there. Ozaki gave me a look that said, of course there was a problem. Did you blame me for hiding it? Theory Frank had a crush on Tomomaru Tsukiji. Yeah, there you go. Okay. I felt this way for 3 years. 3 whole years and I still hadn't said anything. I knew it was spineless of me. This might not mean much coming from me, but I wasn't always a coward. During my freshman year, I was only vaguely aware of him as Aozaki's co-worker. I only really became aware of my feelings during my second year. He spoke to me often, maybe because he trusted me as Aozaki's friend. And whenever he did, I went home happy. At the end, I didn't know why. Realization hit me when we happened to be cleaning up together after a school festival in my second year. We were just tidying things away when, bam! I realized maybe I'd liked him all along. They say love's a poison. Like, yeesh, talk about delayed effects. Nothing really changed after that. In an act of rebellion against my simple-minded family, I decided to never inherit the family business. That was why I like to believe I'd been hardworking and disciplined since middle school. It's a personal point of pride. And it made all the more excruciating to accept that I'd been overtaken by a teenage infatuation. You could say that I lacked courage. Eventually, the school year passed by, even as I did nothing about my feelings. I never got over him. We entered the fall of my third year. Graduation was close. I still had no idea what to do about my crush. I learned to my surprise that Tsukiji would be attending a local college. I had this on good authority, since I'd flexed my powers as a student council member to dig into it. It wasn't Mizora, but if he was going to a nearby school, that would be fortunate. After all, if I also went to a college nearby, I wouldn't be able to cut my ties with him. Aosaki told me once,
飛び丸、クマのこと気に入ってると思うけど。だってあいつ、好きなやつとしか世間話しないでしょ。
I want to believe it was true. I mean, he even broke his arm to save me during the craziness this summer. I didn't know if Tsukiji had a girlfriend, but I was sure I had a chance if I asked him out. Hey Pun, what's up? How you doing? We're going through this chapter, but apparently there's multiple choices, so we might be going through it multiple times. I don't know, we'll see. So just to catch you up on what you missed out on, birthday party at the mansion. So invites have been sent out, and Kumari and Sensei, the teacher, whatever, they've been invited. This is invited. Obimaru is there too, and Osuke. We just ran into Tobimaru, and it turns out that Kumari is embarrassed because she has a crush on him. Okay. but if you felt like throwing away everything I'd fought for so far. Ever since I was a kid, I planned ahead. I used to look down on classmates who were obsessed with childish dreams of romance. And now here I was, actually willing to give up 6 long years of hard work for the dumbest of reasons. It wasn't me. It was the Kojika Kumari I was trying to become.
小鹿？どうしたの？考え事？
うん、ちょっと頭冷やしてた。おかげで落ち着いたから問題なし。さて、クオンジさんに挨拶しないとね。
So I said, but I couldn't shake a slight tinge of regret. I should have listened to Aozaki instead of laughing through my nose when she said to wear something nice to the party. It's not like I had a nice dress to wear anyway, so there isn't much I could have done to impress him. I clapped my hands on my cheeks to get my head on straight, and tried to carry myself as I always did. To greeting the mistress of the house, I went into the adjacent sunroom. I recognized the other guests here, but there was no need for introductions. The sunroom and drawing room were connected. You could see each room from the other. Miss Konji sat on the sofa in this drawing room, elegantly sipping a cup of tea. Chatting nearby were Hosuke and Mr. Yamashiro. Didn't expect to see him here.
ほう、裏庭の方にちらりと見えたのは多くの木なのですか。日本で言えば奈良ですが、 僕の記憶には該当しないな。何か特別な品種なんでしょうね。日本のものとイギリスのものは見た目からして違いますし、多くの品種はそれこそ400以上ありますから。
うお、相変わらず自分の言いたいことしか言わないよね、この人。ハリスちゃん、この先生は人の心にズカズカ踏み込んでくる蛮族だから無視しちゃっていいぜ。それより俺と冬休みの予定について話し合わない？
Every time. Every time.
ハリスちゃん、スキーとか苦手そうだな。そこでこの頼れる木の実宝介が手取り足取り教えたいな。
二人とも退屈とは程遠い人なのね。理解したわ。木の実くんと先生はしつけられたウッドペッカーのよ
あの木をつつくか喋ってるだけのアホウドリと同格っすが、このシャバゾウども。アリスさんから鳥認定されないソウの字に比べてちょっとだけ格上と見たっす。まあ死ぬか生きるかだけの自分に比べたらどっちも小物っすけど。
何あのまるっとした鳥。
There's a blue robin flitting to and fro Miss Konji's head, chirping adorably. But whenever it tried to land on her shoulder, he batted it away. Is that how she raised her pets? It's like it was nowhere to be seen. It was probably in the kitchen or the bathroom. I can't tell if they can actually understand what the bird's trying to say. So, until this point, we haven't had any. There hasn't been any scene where they haven't, like, someone hasn't understood a bird when they spoke to it. But it could be possible. I don't know. So I'm just wondering, did they just see a bird talk, or did they just hear random chirping? Let's talk to. Took a seat and let my thoughts wander until.
クマリも招待されてたんだな。随分と遅かったが、またアルバイトか
Tsukichi kicked off a conversation in his usual casual way. Her slender arms were picturesque, even while holding a glass of juice.
アルバイトは休み。今回の3連休全部休み入れたから、お金も予定額貯まったし。
そうか、それよかった。岬脱出ロケットはもう秒読み段階ってことだな。となると早朝のコンビニで顔を合わせるのもいよいよおしまいか。そういえば俺がタバコを吸おうとしたら水ぶっかけてきたのお前さんだったっけか。
Took me back. Back in my freshman year, there was a student cocky enough to smoke in my store's parking lot. I was from a different school. That didn't matter. I went up to him, warned him, then hosed him down with water. You believe I did that to a stranger? I got flustered and tried to apologize, but the boy was already reaching for another cigarette before I even finished. It turned out to be Tomomaru Tsukichi.
いやー、あの後まさか生徒会室で再会するとは思わなかった。俺はあれかね。気に入った女どもにはまず水か喧嘩をふっかけられる運命なのかね。
I believe everyone is hearing chirping. That's what I think as well, right? No one raised a fuss about it, so surely that's probably. So everyone will be killed on the spot. Yeah.
たまたまでしょ。それより築地、いつから来てたの？
俺たちは午前中からだよ。木の実の野郎が張り切っててな。仕方なくだ。
Bug in his ass. The translation is different, but this is funny, so whatever.
誕生会は夕方6時からだから、まだ時間に余裕はある。
Didn't mean that literally, by the way.
疲れてるなら部屋で休んできたらどうだ？ちょいと顔色悪いぜ。
I had to describe the most unfair aspect of Tsukichi. Was his ability to be sensitive even while coming off as rude. For my part, I was way too shy. It took a serious effort to talk to a lot of people in a new place, even if I already knew them.
そうね。ちょっと客室で一息入れてくる。
Too.
おう、そうしろそうしろ。 くまりの部屋は確か。
ねえトビー、宗十郎さんどこ行ったか知らない？
宗十郎なら買い出しじゃないのか。飲み物が足りないとか言ってたしな。
本当？行くなら僕に声かけてくれればよかったのに。あの人の自分でできることは全部一人でやっちゃうところ、僕どうかと思うな。まあそこが動物っぽくていいんだけど。
As I mentioned earlier, the blonde boy's name was Bear. I didn't know his full name, nor had he ever formally introduced himself. But Bear is here. This is funny. I don't know if Bear is here, but he's here, so. And apparently he's been fitting with the locals. This is like a year ahead of the Mahoyo story. A year later. Sorry. I have no idea. Tsukichi, Aozaki, and Shizuki called him Bear, so I just followed their lead. He seemed to be fond of Shizuki. Whenever he had a chance, you'd hear him go,
宗十郎さん、今度のお休み遊園地に行きたいです。宗十郎さん、お腹減っちゃってません？ぜひご一緒しましょう。宗十郎さん、特に理由はありませんけど、頭撫でてほしいです。
Damn, okay. Is this the what is it? You beat me, so you're the alpha now? kinda deal, yeah? Might be actually. And so on. He clung to him like a cat to a curtain. Was Shizuki even the kind of person that was popular with kids? The Sojiro every day was starting to grate on me. Anyway, I went to find my guest room.
くまり、部屋は分かってんのか？
はじめに青崎に聞いた。30分ぐらいで戻るから。
Flinging over my shoulder the bag I'd put down in the drawing room, I headed up to the guest rooms on the second floor. According to Aosaki, I'd be staying in the second room of the east wing.
あら、
As I headed into the hallway, I ran into Aosaki. She seemed to be on her way from the bedrooms to the hall.
青崎も休憩？あの突き当たりってあんたの部屋なの？
そうだけど、別に部屋には寄ってないわよ。私はちょっとした探し物の途中だから気にしないで。
Us?
あ、客室の鍵は開いてるから。部屋の机の上に鍵があるから、出るときはそれで施錠してね。
Aosaki took the stairs down to the first floor. The room was unoccupied. I checked to make sure I was alone, then put down my luggage and stowed my wallet into a pocket. I considered keeping my favorite bunny-shaped commuter pass and Lucky Charm with me, but all it contained was a yearly school festival photo anyway. I left it on the table. That's gonna be relevant. I was gonna be spending the night in an unfamiliar building. It was best to travel light.
鍵は、ああ、これね。
It's a brass key, with an old-fashioned and elaborate design that perfectly complemented the mansion's European theme.
疲れた。
I put my butt down on the bed. I was always self-conscious around Tsukiji. Miss Konji made me nervous in a different way. For some reason, I always felt a pang of guilt whenever she looked at me. It was like being gently interrogated, being confronted with all my life's failures. I doubt she meant to make me feel that way. That's just how I reacted to her. Nobody was perfect after all.
青崎も雫もよくあの子と暮らせるもんだわ。
I only respect them for that. Ozaki simply had an iron will, but she lived life without any regrets. Shizuki was completely different. It was clear he was just oblivious to how scary Miss Konji's gaze could be.
それはともかく。
I fell backward onto the bed. Outside my window, the sky was overcast. The weather forecast had said the 3-day weekend was supposed to be sunny. Not so in the mountains, I suppose. At this point, I'd met 6 people staying here. Saki, Miss Konji, Kizuki, Tsukiji, that idiot Hosuke, Mr. Yamashiro, and Bear. Miss Konji had implied that there were other guests staying here too. This was a Western-style house, and people didn't take their shoes off at the entrance, so I couldn't guess their number by counting shoes. But now I had no idea how many other people were here. I decided to rest my eyes and take a short nap. One trick I'd picked up from years of part-time work was the ability to sleep in exact 15-minute intervals. As I drifted off, I heard a laugh. Was it a scream? An hour later, it is 4 o'clock.
よし。
15-minute nap done. I checked myself in the mirror. I took a hairbrush out of my bag, quickly brushed my hair, and left the room. Part-time job in the military? You need to sleep standing up for that. As I locked the door behind me, I heard an unfamiliar voice coming from the downstairs. Can you guess? I didn't hear a peep until I left the guest room. It must have had great soundproofing.
いやー、降ってきましたね。
These two as well? Okay.
連休中は晴れるという話でしたが、2日目からこれとは我々もついていない。
どうでしょう。ここに集まった人間に問題があるとも取れますが、まあエイリ神父に問題がないかといえば、それはそれで首を縦に触れないのですけど。そういうことは思うだけで口にしちゃダメよ、ゆいちゃん。あ、お洗濯ちゃんと片付けてきた？お布団とか出しっぱなしじゃないかしら。それはご心配なく、今日のメンツを聞いた時点でしっかり取り込ませていただきました。不吉な予感しかしませんでしたので。
Yes, we're from Ida Church. Miss Konji appeared to have overheard them. She came out from the east wing to greet them.
面目ない。せっかくお招きいただいたのに遅くなりました。おかわりはありませんか、アリスさん。
あなたを呼んだ覚えはないけど、来てしまったのなら仕方がないわね。どうぞあちらに。リツカさんの席しか用意していなかったけれど、急いで椅子を用意するわ。
別段お構いなく。リツカはともかく、私とエイリ神父は早々に立ち去りますから。それと椅子も間に合っています。いざとなればリツカが椅子になると。ゆいちゃんひどい。何がひどいって、本気で人間椅子にさせられる現実とか、実力行使できるゆいちゃんと私のパワーバランスがひどい。お姉さんに対して当たりきつすぎると思うわ、私。
Let's just call these guys in church. Miss Konji led Father Airi and Yuika into the drawing room. Father Airi looked like he was enjoying himself. He was always so laid back, with a permanent smile on his face. It's hard to tell how he really felt about being here. Sister Yuika was clearly unhappy. Then again, like Father Airi, her expression rarely changed, so who knew how she really felt? And then there was...
あ、コジカちゃんだ。チャオ。
Itsuka. Wonder what manner of beast lurked beneath that cheerful veneer. Probably not even a kitten.
こんにちは、リツカさん。リツカさんたちも誘われたんですか、パーティー。
ええ、ぜひ来てくださいってあっちゃんから。
Who that?
エイリさんとユイちゃんにはアコちゃんから手紙があったみたい。ん？もしかして招待状の差出人ってそれぞれ違うのかしら。
What?
エイリさんとユイちゃんにはアコちゃんから手紙があったみたい。
Alco. It's gotta be Alco, right? Yeah.
そうみたいですね。私はしずきからだったし。
This girl is Yuka's sister, and not a real member of the clergy. She was just a regular citizen of Misaki. I saw her every now and then in the shopping district.
それより律香さん、雨降ってきたんですか？
パラパラとね。すぐに止んでくれればいいけど。
Suka glanced outside, concerned. Decision D. I skipped a decision. Rain's going to get worse. It might just turn to hail. Sorry, Ritsuka, but it looks like the rain's only going to get worse.
寒い。ここ外より寒くない？
ですね。今に移動しましょう。
賛成だけど。ま、宗十郎さんには宗十郎さんの仕事があるんでしょうしね。待っててあげようと思ったけど、余計な気遣いかも。
しずき、外にいたんですか？
ええ。山道の方で草を刈っていたわ。すごい勢いで。ヘリポートでも作るかっていうぐらい。
I could never figure out what made that guy tick. It was too tiring to even try. We moved to the drawing room in search of warmth. It is 5:30. The rain showed no sign of stopping. In fact, it seemed to be getting stronger. The sun hadn't set yet. It was already as dark as night outside. The party had yet to begin. Looking over the drawing room and the sunroom, saw everyone engaged in conversation. The card game Horsuke brought had caused a stir in the drawing room. It was getting competitive. They were playing a fantasy-themed construction game from Germany with Puppet Pass. It was basically the kind of game where players tried to sabotage their opponents, so everyone was putting on forced smiles while they schemed against each other. In contrast, the older people in the sunroom were drinking wine and watching the students intently.
驚きましたね。誕生会が始まるまで館内は自由に歩いていい決まりだとは。アリスさん、どんな心境の変化ですか？
別に。入られたら困るところはそもそも壁に変えたから。今日だけの変更だけど、それなら遭難者も出ないでしょう。
Here besides Toko and party hasn't started yet.
壁に変えたって何を？それに遭難者とかアリスちゃんたら大げさなんだから。そりゃでけえ屋敷だけど迷子になんかなりませんよ。
私たちの客室も用意してくれたのね。夜になったら帰る予定だけど、心遣いは助かっちゃうな。ゆいちゃん、せっかくだし服着替えてこない？お姉さんのチャイナドレスとか貸してあげるから。さすがにパーティー会場にシスターはどうかと思うし。
結構です。魔女の家で冷装を脱ぐなど自殺行為。私はあなたのように遊びに来ているわけではありませんので。
いや、遊びに来てるんですけどね。私ですら手ぶらで来てるのに、シスターユイカと来たら、どうしてこういつでも臨戦状態、よらば切る出刃包丁みたいな性格になったんだか。
It was like, it's a trap. Something's gonna happen.
あなたたち二人が不真面目な分、私が引き締めなくてはいけないだけです。
6 o'clock. The clock struck 6. Outside it was completely dark. Mr. Yamashiro and the church staff here. Probably be safe to go home tonight. The rain gave me pause. Is that a chopper in the back?
そろそろ支度をするべきではないかしら。トッキーはどこに？
Skonji declared the end to the card games with an unexpected question.
トッキー？トッキーって誰？
Tokitsu?
誰って時津のじいさんだろう。あれ？
They do the...
もしかして小鹿、じいさんに挨拶してねえの？
That's the chopper! Ah, right. He's a fucking rich dude. That's right, of course. Yeah.
知らない。まだこの家に人がいるの？今更だけど、全部で何人の予定なの？このパーティー。
私、青子、しずきくん、築地くん、木の実くん、くまりさん、トッキー、その他で合計13人。さっきから一堂には揃わないみたいだけど。
13人か。
2, 3. Counted the people in the room. I haven't seen Shizuki, come to think of it. "13 in all. Who have we seen?" Alko, Shizuki. So Alice, Alko, Shizuki, Sojuro, Tsukiji. That's yeah, okay. Hinomi. Including what's her name? Kumari. Toki, the grandpa. A few others. 3 others. There. That's 11. There's 2 more. It's 2 more, right? The numbers don't add up. You know, let's not suss anything. The numbers are off, but let's not suss anything. We'll just say, I haven't seen Shizuki. What's he doing? Just then. A strange sound outside, like something cutting through the wind. Grew into a loud roar that seemed to pound the very walls of the building. Distracted by that.
こんなメルヘン女、私をのけ者とかざけてんの？
Hey, you!
こんなボンクラどもはホイホイ呼んで、大本命かつ大人気、この超英国美少女であるリデル様を、なんであんたの誕生会に呼ばないのよ！
The girl who arrived was several times louder than the storm. Maybe she was the storm.
リデル、お前今日はよそでイベントだったじゃねえか。どうやってここに来やがった？
決まってるじゃない。ヘリを飛ばしてよ。覚えておきなさい、飛び丸。あんたたちみたいな早くと違って私に不可能なんてないの。ちょっと一声かければ地球の裏側からだってミサイル飛ばせるんだから。
いや、ミサイル飛ばされてもな。
Without so much as a glance in our direction, the girl walked right up to Miss Konji. She was dressed in pink from head to toe. It was more accurate to call it a strut than a walk. Her boots made an aggressive quacking sound as they struck the ground. Couldn't tell Cinderella, you won't go to bed, wake me up when Toko arrives.
ほら、忙しくて引く手あまた。史上初の奥越えウィッチ。自他ともに認める業界ナンバー1のアイドルがわざわざ専用機飛ばしてまで来てやったわよ。悔しいでしょ。夢にも思わなかったぐらいサプライズでしょ。いいわ、遠慮なく喜びなさい。
She actually called herself a witch in Japanese. I'm just hear that again.
ほら、忙しくて引く手あまた。史上初の奥越えウィッチ。自他とも
Okay, you say it in English, right? I wonder if it's a problem to say it in like as a module. You know what I mean? I thought I could see the day Miss Konji's stoicism place with pure irritation. The girl in pink nodded smugly down at Miss Konji before finally noticing the rest of us.
何このトンチキなメンツ。せっかくの誕生会だってのに人選どうなってるの？親の敵まで呼んじゃって あんたそこまで病んじゃった？ほらそこの神父、とりあえず私たちに土下座した後全裸になってチキン食べながら切腹してくれない？
あなたにだけは言われたくありませんね。アリスさんに謝罪というのならまずあなたがするべきではないですか？奪ったものはきちんと本人に返さなければね。
私はいいのよ、ちゃんと後でお金払ったし。アリスだってキャッシュで受け取ったんだし、あれはもう私のもの。外野がいちいち口挟んでんじゃないわよ。
なんとアリスさんが貴重なプロイを売却すると。
お金で解決できる問題じゃないと何度も言ったのだけど、この子資本主義の犬だからどう言っても返してくれないの。
また照れ隠ししちゃってこの。あんたも取引上手よね。お金では譲れないとか言って巧みにレートを上げていくんだから。
なあ殿下、あのすげえ女どっかで見覚えあんだけど、アリスちゃんの知り合い？
気のせいだ、忘れとけ。ありゃ関わったら破滅する系の女だ。迫害あって一理もね。
そうですよね。俺もあそこまでキラキラしている人はちょっと。
Despite whatever Tsukiji was saying, I knew the truth. Her name was Riddle. She stayed at Tsukuchi's house for a time. Apparently their fathers were business acquaintances. But while they say she stayed with him, the Tsukuchi estate was so large they were basically in different houses. At least I hope that was the case.
一応聞いてあげるけど、リデル、あなた何をしに来たの？
何ってあんたの誕生会でしょ。飛び丸の家に電話したら、坊ちゃんならクオンジさんの家の誕生会に出かけたとか言っちゃってさ、もうカーッと頭ハイになっちゃってライブキャンセルして飛んできたってわけ。
Cancelled a live concert for this? Damn,
あな
okay.
た、私の誕生日覚えている？
当たり前じゃない。自分のは忘れてもあんたのだけは忘れな。あれ、まだ秋よねこの国。
よかった。脳はまだ正常ね、リデル。ほら、私あなたの頭を叩きすぎたでしょ。それで気の毒な結果を招いてしまったのかと少しだけ心配してしまったわ。
ちょっと飛び丸、何嘘言ってんのよ。今日はアリスの誕生日じゃないっての。
いや、でも招待状には確かにクオンジ邸で誕生会をするからぜひ参加するようにとだな。
そうそう、俺も会長から2000円と引き換えに招待状もらったよ。
Invitation cost 2,000 yen. He bought it. What?
料金取られたの俺だけじゃないよね。
知らない方が幸せな話ってどこにでもあるんですね。ああ、私もクオンジ邸で誕生会をすると覚えてきましたが。
でもあっちゃんの誕生日じゃないのよね。
なぜそんな勘違いを生んだのかしら。確かに誕生会だけど、私じゃなくてトッキーの誕生会よ。彼、私に祝ってほしいと言うからこの屋敷を会場にしただけなのだけど。
Reread the invitation. You are cordially invited to a birthday party at the Guanji estate. Now I see. It didn't say anything about whose party it was.
やっほー、盛り上がっちゃって何の騒ぎ？リデルあんたなんでここにいんのよ。ライブはねえ、今 NK ホールでライブやってんじゃないの？私ビデオ録画してるんですけど。サボタージュ、ランチのカレーが辛かったから。そんなバカな理由でコンサートをドタキャンするやつがいるか。音楽の神に謝れ。ファンを何だと思ってんのよあんたは。やっぱりこいつマジうざい。 大体私音楽とかどうでもいいし、ファンなんて私に貢ぐだけの働きありだし、ライブが跳ねた後はいつも虚しくなってディスカスするし、スポットライトは当たっても本当の私は誰も見てくれないし。
The doctor. Dripping sweetly, a blue robin landed on the girl's shoulder.
はいはいはい、さすがリデルさん、感情のオンオフ激しいっすね。本当の私を見てとか見る辺全開で恥ずかしくないっすか？恥ずかしくないんすよね。すげえ、やっぱリデルさん魔術師よりアイドル向けっす。
そうよ、悪い。どうせ私は報われない。自分を主役と勘違いしている小じきみたいな最下層な生き物なのよ。道家なのよ。分かってるからほっといてよ、ロビン。後できっちり細切れにして犬に食わせてあげるから。
Newest guest was talking to a bird. She really was one of those crazy pop stars you hear about in the tabloids.
なるほど。時津さんの誕生会でしたか。私たちもどうして呼ばれたのか半信半疑でしたが、それなら合点がいきます。シスターユイカなんて、これは罠だから完全武装で行くべきですとか言い出す始末ですし。
しかしクオンジさん、肝心の時津百合彦氏はどこに？私たちも挨拶をしていないのですが。
そういえば、そうね。青子、トッキーは？
え、いないの？夕食の手配全部あの人が担当なのに。とびきりのシェフ団を手配するから君たちはゆっくりしていなさいって自慢してたじゃない。
そりゃおかしいな。そういう段取りならシェフ団とやらは4時には到着していないと間に合わねえぞ。誰か時津のじいさんを見なかったか？
お昼まではここにいたけど、それ以降は見てないよ。
私は一度も見てないわ。何度か席を外したけど、その時も見かけなかったし。昼過ぎから今まで5時間近く誰もトッキーを見ていないの。
Silent. Everyone seemed to be waiting for someone else to say something. Even Husky and the pink girl didn't have any banter to offer.
あ、なんすかこの空気。カラオケ始まるっすか？自分テディボーイブルースとか得意っすよ。フリッキーにも歌つけてくれないっすかね？
The only one making any noise was the robin on the table. It was bobbing its head in a strange way.
ああ、みんな揃ってた。夕飯の支度は終わった？
The voice cut through the tension. A young man, looking calm and composed, had arrived. He must have picked up on the mood in the room, right? With his staple unreadable grin, Suzuki looked around the room at everyone gathered.
ところで、屋根裏で時津さんが死んでいるんだけど、どうしようか。
What? It was going to be a death mystery. Is it a murder mystery? I don't know.
なんだって？
これはひどい。
Third floor. An hellish scene greeted us in the attic directly above the hall. In the center of the room was Yuriko Tokitsu. It's so hot. It's like 30 degrees right now, yeah? Or so he believed. The faceless body had been burned, and most of its limbs mangled. Its torso remained in a vaguely recognizable shape. Burning stench filled the air inside the soot-covered walls.
顔はもうわからないが、こりゃ時津のじいさんのスーツだ。
俺見ないからね。絶対見ないから。
トッキーったら素敵な人ね。死に様までお祭りのよう。
焼肉が食べたい。
God damn it, Bear!
ねえ、部屋に鍵はかけてあったの？総十郎のいえ、屋根裏部屋に鍵はついていないわ。常時誰でも入れる状態よ。
About to say Sojo's room.
シット。これ死因は爆発による損傷とやけどね。爆発元は見当たらないけど、ゆり彦爆弾で遊ぶ性癖があったとか？まあ芸術家らしいけど。
みんな冷静になりましょう。これは犯罪よ。犯罪の匂いがするわ。
どちらかというと小麦粉ではないだろうか。
Has to be a joke. Ain't no way there's a horrible death in the side story. It's gotta be a joke. Oscar remained on the second floor, trembling. The rest of us took turns surveying the scene.
みんな現場には手を触れないようにね。見るときは2人1組でどちらかが偽装工作をしないか監視しながら調査して。あっちゃん、警察に連絡を入れてもいい？ありがとう。それじゃあロビーの電話借りるわね。
Following the orders of a now quite animated Ritsuko, we moved about in pairs. Since Hosuke ran off, I paired with Tsukichi.
しかしとんでもねえシーンだな。爆発って犯人は何考えてやがる。
Explosion feels a bit weird, right? Because he's in the attic. If he died with an explosion, wouldn't the attic also be gone? I guess it depends on what kind of explosion. Surprised Tsukichi already saw this as a murder.
これ事故じゃないの？
時津のじいさんが久遠寺邸で爆発物を取り扱う可能性はゼロだからな。ほら、この胴体ちょっと見てみろ。腰のあたりに妙な焼け跡がある。これロープじゃねえかな。時津のじいさんはこの部屋でロープで縛られて軟禁されていたと見るのが妥当だろう。
Might have been killed with a bomb without anyone noticing.
でもなんだって。
ああ、なんだってそんな回りくどいことをしたかって話だ。爆発物を使う利点はそうだな、起爆までのタイムラグを利用した時間操作と遠隔操作が挙げられる。どちらもアリバイ作りには有利だな。
Dead body or not, Tsukichi didn't skip a beat. He stayed calm and composed as he analyzed the situation. At times like this, he seemed so perfect. Actually, whenever I saw him, I got serious about anything. He was so damn cool.
だがまあ、狂気は分かった。パンダ。
え？
はい。
Voice called out to us from the below.
みんなちょっと来て。大変よ。電話つながってないわ。
Tsukichi and I looked at each other.
曇り、行くぞ。
I nodded, and we exited the attic together. Father Eri closed and locked the door behind us after we returned to the second floor. The sound of the rain was deafening. We gathered around the telephone.
電話線が切れている。じゃなくて、電話線そのものが抜かれてるわ。これじゃあ警察に通報するのはおろか、外部への連絡も不可能よ。
じゃあ直接呼びに行ってきます。
いえ、それは待ってください。今単独行動をされるのはよろしくありません。ほら、そっ。
The priest pointed towards the skyway. Raindrops struck the glass hard at a thunderous cadence. At this point, we were in the midst of a full-blown storm. We'd all come on foot, so it would be risky to go back down the mountain in this weather. Father Eri hadn't stopped Shizuki for his own safety. If someone wandered off by themselves, those left behind would be in a precarious position. For instance, it would be easy to destroy evidence without any witnesses around.
とりあえず今に集まりましょう。警察に連絡を入れるのは話を整理してからでも遅くはありません。
In these types of stories, they try to call the police. The police will accuse one of them. Yeah, I suppose. The point is, we're trying to find who the culprit is, right? Someone had to do it. Maybe it was talking to himself. Ooh. It's all a prank. Everyone agreed with the priest. Everyone except Hosuke. He seemed to be waiting for someone to reveal that this was all an elaborate prank. Feeling a slight chill, I glanced at the front door. Just faintly, I had the sense that something was off. Outside, the rain became a torrent. With my mind in a haze, I skipped another decision. Something crazy is about to go down. Something horrible. These sound similar. This is negative and this is positive. And then this is fuck the situation. We think about what's happening with us. So let's think about the situation. Let's keep an eye on the situation, right? I feel like something terrible is about to happen. That's 7? Yeah, 7 o'clock.
しかし、とんでもないことになったわね。
Silently agreed with Aozaki's muttering.
外の天気も荒れる一方だ。こりゃ土砂崩れの一つも起きてもおかしくねえ。そうなりゃ陸の孤島だな、ここは。
嘘？マジ？ラッキー！そうなればお泊まりじゃん。何？これフラグ？怖がるアリスちゃんを励ます係とか、俺立候補しちゃっていいの？
どうぞご自由に。ま、一人死んでるんだから、もう一人増えてもいいんじゃない？
Saki, Tsukiji, and Hosuke and I had grouped up. But now the 4 of us were team school.
エイリ神父、先ほどの死体ですが。
分かっています。明らかに殺人事件です。ですが、場所が場所ですからね。おいそれと警察を呼ぶわけにはいきません。
来たわー。新規臭い趣味だったアコちゃんに罵られて早6年。夢にまで見た殺人事件の現場が来たー。
He's so excited. Team Church was made of those 3. I'd expected them to be the most cohesive group. That didn't seem to be the case.
ちょっと宗十郎、お茶もスコーンも出ないの？せっかくスターが訪問してあげたのに、ろくな歓迎もなし、いきなり殺人事件とか。あなたたち礼儀ってもんがなってないんじゃない？
He's very familiar with Sojiro. I thought they've interacted before this.
いや、しかし待ってほしい。人が一人死んでいるのにお茶とお菓子を要求するのは礼儀以前の問題ではないだろうか。
ああ？何？番犬のくせにご主人様に意見しようっての？どうしてここぞという時に常識人ぶんのよ、あんたは。
The girl in pink grabbed Shizuki by the collar, shook him by it viciously.
青崎が2人。
Shizuki's eyes began to glaze over, probably because her fingers were digging into his carotid artery.
そこのピンク、まずそうな人間だけど、それ以上宗十郎さんに触れたら頭から丸かじるぞ。
はあ、やれるもんならやってみれば？ふん、あんたの弱点なんて分かってんだから。また返り討ちにされてネズミ大の大きさにしてほしいわけ？
へ、あれがこっちの本気だと思っていたなんて、目利きが悪いにも程がある。所詮は産業革命の陰でポッと発生したススの魔女の末裔ってこと？ほんと格落ち品らしいスカスカの脳みそだよね。
よし、死んで。犬同士仲良く2匹これ以上ないってぐらい愉快に死んで。もう1人死んでるんだし、あと6人ぐらい追加されても構わないわよね。
The disagreeable team mansion was centered around Miss Konji, sitting on the sofa. The pink girl, Bear, and Shizuki bickering bitterly about something or other. Miss Konji, the mistress of the house, remained silent, expression pensive. Blue Robin had gone off somewhere again.
はいはい、みんなそこまで。この素敵な展開。
異常な事態を前にして喧嘩している場合じゃありません。状況は火を見るより明らかです。時津百合彦氏が死亡していたことと屋敷の電話線が消失していたこと、この2つの事件は偶然ではありません。これは連続したある人物によって引き起こされた事件と見る方が論理的です。
殺人事件。時津氏を殺害した何者かは警察に連絡させないために電話を使用不能にしたということですか？
そう、その通りよ小鹿ちゃん。これはもう立派な殺人事件です。そして犯人はこの中にいるといいな。
いいな。
これそういうイベントだったの？
そうよ木の実くん、これはそういうイベントなの。油断していると後ろからバッサリなんだから。さあ、誰から持論を披露しましょうか。
Never seen Ritsuka so excited. How she reacts to fear.
リツカ。
申し訳ありません。うちの者が不穏な発言をいたしました。しかし全くの狂言でないことも理解してください。時津氏を殺害した犯人がこの中にいるというのは先走りすぎですが、状況の整理は必要でしょう。
Sounded reasonable enough. Father Airi knocked off the proceedings.
まず屋根裏の状況から。あの部屋は鍵がなくて誰でも入れる状況だった。この中で時津のじいさんが屋根裏に向かうところを見た人、あるいは相談された人はいる？
Takers. Even Mr. Tokitsu entered the attic by himself without telling anyone, but he was taken there by the killer.
時津氏を最後に見たのは誰でしょう？私たち3人は夕方から入館しましたが、その時点で時津氏の姿を見てはいません。
Hey, where's the sensei? We haven't heard from the sensei. His name was.
俺たちは午前中からいたけど朝は一緒だったぜ。アリスちゃんの隣を奪い合ったからこれは間違いない。
Sent to the mansion this evening with him. Pointing us.
でもそうだ、あのじいさん時計を見て時間だとかつぶやいて今から出て行ったんだっけ？
Despite appearances, Osuke had a pretty good memory. When it came to anything besides studying, that is. Osuke's statement was the last eyewitness account we had of Mr. Tokitsu.
となると、時津氏が消えたのは正午過ぎからですか。参りましたね。これでは全員に等しくアリバイがない。
Sometime afternoon. The time between his disappearance and discovery a bit too long. Even though I arrived in the afternoon, I'd been to the bathroom a few times, then went for Aozaki and Mr. Yamashiro. Everyone had been alone for at least 5 to 10 minutes at some point. The only exception that stayed here with someone the entire time was Miss Konju.
アリス、エイリたちを迎えに行く時しか動いてないものね。鉄壁のアリバイだわ。
細かく証言をすり合わせていけば、より確かな不在時間が出てくるでしょうが、あまり効果はないでしょうね。誰もが犯人に該当しすぎる。ここはアリバイより動機、あるいは凶器について話し合いますか。
動機の線でいけば俺たちは全員白ですよ。むしろ外部による犯行とした方が通りがいい。時津のじいさんはあれで大企業のトップですからね。親族による利権絡みで殺されたってのが普通の考えでしょう。なんで動機をあれこれ想像するのも無駄骨かと。
そのセリフ、私が言いたかったのに。ゆいちゃんのボディーブロー痛すぎ。
なるほど。ではあなたは凶器について 殺害方法について考察するべきだというのですね。
そういうことになりますかね。凶器を特定させれば誰なら殺害可能かって問題に移れるでしょう。幸い凶器ははっきりしていますから。エイリ神父は気づいていますか？
ええ、それなりには。今と屋根裏間でなぜ聞こえなかったのかという不思議は残りますが。
True, true. If it's an explosion, you would have heard it, right?
皆さんはわかりますか？
It's a rather mean-spirited question. Father Avery observed everyone's faces as he waited for a response. So how was Yuriko Tokitsu killed? This is a G. I gotta guess. Versus nuns and fathers are all maxed out on strength. Realistically, a small explosive, some kind of bread. The thing is, right, early on they were like, the weapon was bread, and I was like, what? How? You kill someone with bread? And they were all talking about explosive, right? Realistically, it'd be a small explosive, right? A dog or something chewed him up? But you'd still recognize his face though, right? I think like his face was burned off or something. Doesn't make sense. It may have died to a piece of cheese, so who knows what a bread could do. True. Well, we are looking at this from the perspective of not using magecraft, though. I'm just gonna go with explosive. That's realistically, right? I think it was a small explosive, practically speaking.
え？何って一目瞭然でしょ？手と足と顔にダイナマイトつけたんじゃないの？
ええ、当然の論理的帰結ね。
But it doesn't make sense, right? How does an explosive explode without hearing it? There might be a combustible, maybe. Maybe not exactly an explosive. I don't know.
だって手と足と顔がないんだもの。
It's like it was a thorough realist. She could arrive at some pretty wild conclusions sometimes.
その可能性もなくはないが、今回は別だ。時津のじいさんがどういう経緯であの部屋にいたかは不明だが、あの部屋で何が起きたかはわかる。粉塵爆発だ。
Dust explosion. Can bread do that?
はあ？粉塵爆発って大気中に可燃性の石炭が舞っていて花火とかで引火したら爆発するっていうあれ？
大雑把に言うとそうですね。石炭に限らず、そこが密室で一定量の可燃性の粉塵であれば爆発は起きるんですよ。
Flour.
他には
That's why bread.
鍋のサビとアルミホイルでテルミットも作れますが、まあ状況からして粉塵の方でしょう。
You can make thermite out of aluminum foil and the rust from old pots and pans. Based on the situation, powder seems more likely.
でもならどうして胴体だけ残ってたの？そもそも粉塵爆発ってそんなに強いの？
それはこれから探るところだが、じいさんのコート、あれ防弾ジャケットなのかもな。それと死因は粉塵爆発とは限らない。殺した後に爆発を起こしたって線もある。爆発自体は小さいもので、手足と顔はあらかじめ焼いてあったのかもだ。
そうですね。それなら爆発の音が今まで聞こえなかった説明にもなる。
Don't know if it was the explosion that killed him. The culprit could have set off the blast after they murdered him, given that the explosion itself was small. Limbs and face could have already been burned. Also explain why we didn't hear the explosion in the drawing room. Really?
あの粉塵爆発の後は何らかのカモフラージュという説も捨てきれません。
カモフラージュって何を隠すって言うんですか？
ですから不自然さをです。例えばあの遺体が時津氏ではなく全く関係のない人間の死体だったらどうです？
That's what I've been thinking this entire time. Like, is that corpse really Mr. Tokitsu?
その場合顔があってはあの死体が時津氏でないことは明白です。犯人は何としても顔を隠したい。しかしだからといって顔を焼いてはその行為そのものが証拠になります。なので焼かれていても不自然ではない状態を演出するためにあえて不自然な粉塵爆発を使って大元の不自然さを隠したとか、大きな嘘の前には小さな嘘が消えてしまうというやつですよ。
それも言いたかったのに。
Everyone seems impressed by Tsukiji and the priest. I sure was. Even if I'd pinned down the possibility there was a dust explosion in the room, I wouldn't have figured out why.
なるほど。粉塵爆発にそんな意味が。
Did Tomomaru say there was a suitcase as well? Could have been planted there as well. Tobimaru... Did he? I don't remember. I know the suitcase I remember was, whatchamacallit? Kumari. Kumari had baggage. Talking about it earlier, right? It's just like her clothes stuff, so I don't think it's relevant. We're hearing about Tobimaru's suitcase. I probably just forgot. I'm getting barraged with information here. Let's get nodded solemnly.
で、ごめん、それってどういうことなの？
とりあえず凶器の所在を明らかにできるってことだ。宗十郎、台所に小麦粉はあるか？
今調べてる。ないな。買い置きがあったのに袋ごとなくなってる。
つまりどういうことだってばよ。
It's the flour from the kitchen?
誰かが台所から小麦粉を持ち出したってことでしょ。それが示すところは。
How much flour do you need for a dust explosion? You gotta like completely fill up the space with like flour, right? I don't even know how how it actually works, to be honest. The culprit knew their way around the kitchen, right? Oh, this was another possible misdirection. Just then. The blue robin, which had gone all this time, came flapping back into the drawing room. It perched on Miss Koenji's shoulder, and let out a shrill chirp. Miss Koenji stood up from the sofa and looked at all of us.
真剣に討論をしているところ申し訳ないのだけど、皆さんに大変なお知らせがあります。その前に、しずきくん、少しいい？
He gestured Shizuki over to her and spoke to him in a hushed voice.
ちょっと、そこ、近いんじゃないの？隠し事とか感じ悪いんだけど。
ごめんなさい、リデル。でもその前に、しずきくんからあなたに、とっておきの小話があるそうよ。きっと素敵な話だろうから、聞いてみてあげて。
ああ、こんなことでいいなら、ぜひ聞いてほしい。リデルの心を打つこと請け合いだってアリスが。君には何度か助けられたし、喜んでもらえるなら俺も嬉しい。
Okay, they do know each other somehow. We don't know that.
いいじゃない。聞いてあげるから言いなさいよ。
ジュティム、ジュテーム、モナムー。
は？なにそれ、おかしいの？似合わない。そうじゃろ。アリスに遊ばれてるってば。今のセリフどんな意味だかわか。
The fuck?
いきなり吐血して倒れ込んだ。
rushed over to the girl in pink. No pulse. She wasn't breathing either. Pupils unresponsive. No signs of life at all.
完全に死んでいるわ。
She got introduced and killed off right away? Holy shit. The atmosphere in the drawing room turned frenzied. Some looked shocked. Some looked cautious. A few of us were utterly dumbfounded.
やっぱり困ったことになったわね。
どういうことアリス？リデルのやつなんで死んだの？
説明するのは簡単よ。トッキーの殺害現場で気になることがあったから、さっきロビンに保管庫の様子を見に行かせたの。
He's not actually dead. It's like just a joke story, or is this real? Is it, I don't know.
そうしたら一体分、プロイキッシャーが空席だって。
プロイが？じゃあじいさんとリデルをやったのはそのプロイだっていうの？
So we can't rule out Magecraft here anymore. This also means everyone else has been exposed to Magecraft, right? Is that a good thing?
正確にはプロイのルールに引っかかったと言うべきね。隠していても仕方のないことだから。はっきりと言うわ。これから朝まで笑うのは絶対に禁止よ。
なんで？
An Alice sacrifice Riddle to show that? Holy shit, okay.
だってこの洋館笑ったら死ぬ世界になったから。
そんな笑ったら死ぬとかマジ怖いじゃん。アリスちゃんったら冗談うまいんだから。
Bye.
ホースケ
ー！何？
マジのようね。
So I'm guessing this can be reversed later on then.
木の実くんのおかげでよりルールが見えてきたわ。自分から笑う分にはノーカウントで、愛想笑いも除外。
Laughing of your own accord does count, neither does insincere laughter.
でも人の言動や仕掛けで心の底から笑ってしまったらアウトと判断されるのね。
That person's words, actions, or tricks in your out. No idea what was going on. Then you die? Really? I knew Miss Konji wasn't exactly normal, but I didn't know she was insane. Then again, 2 people died in front of me after bursting out laughing. So was it true after all?
プロイキッシャーが稼働しているというのですか。しかしそんな魔力の流れがあるのならシスターユイカに気づかれないはずがありません。
これは完全先行型のプロイ。それにユイカさん。
はい。クオン自邸の中で魔力の高を測るのは馬鹿げています。エイリ神父、私たちは一つの巨大な神秘の中にいるのです。魔力の流れなんてこの山に入った時点で測りようがありません。
そうでしたね。お恥ずかしい。私も混乱しているようです。
So is that how they triggered the dust explosion? This? Okay. Calm in this situation would be weirder. Father 80 seemed cold at first glance, but maybe it's actually a more feeling person than I realized. What on earth is a ploy? The conversation was starting to leave me in the dust.
一ついいか。笑わされたら死ぬってのはいいよ。だが死に方が一致しないのはどういうことだ。じいさんもリデルもキノミもそれぞれ違う死に方だ。ルールと言ったがそこはランダムなのか。
死に方はその人の人間性によるわ。
人間性？トラウマとか本質とかそういうのを表すの？
ええ。隠された性癖も。
ああ、そういうことだったのね。ようやく合点がいった。いくらなんでもおかしいと思ったのよ。あの死に様はそういうからくりだったのか。
Alice was saying something.
ええ、隠された性癖も暴露されかねないわ。
Didn't add much.
木の実くん、札束まき散らして死ぬとか、どれだけゴージャスな人生を期待していたのかしら。
その札束もこれじゃあ救えねえがな。
You know me money.
リデルは普通なんだな。彼女のことだから、俺はてっきり飛行機とかクルーザーに変形するかと思ったのに。
そうっすね。さすがリデルさん、見かけ倒し度が半端ないっす。吐血して突然死とか本気で地味すぎるっていうか、木の実の旦那以下とか、これだから三下は出落ちすぎて救えねえっせ。誰か三下だっつーの。生き返った。なめんじゃないわよ。心臓止まってくれる。死んで
うわ、心停止を気合で耐えた人類初めて見ました。
The vibe.
あの程度の笑いじゃリデルさんは殺せそうにありませんね。
すごいな。今度その秘訣を教えてほしい。
ええ、完成されたゾンビのよう。私は信じていたわ、リデル。
あんたたち褒める前に謝るのが先じゃない。だいたい試すならそこのウェアウルフの方が適任でしょ。殺してもほっとけば生き返るんだから、なんで私を狙い撃ちなのよ。
だって私たちライバルなんでしょ。なら殺し合いをするのは当然だと思うけど。
そうよ。ライバルってそういうものよ。やるじゃない。隙あらば仕掛けてくるなんて見直したわ。
Alice is totally playing with her then.
やっぱりあの女、殺しても死なない系だったか。たまんねえな。
They're clearly shocked by the girl in Pink's horror show. Tsukiji was taking this way too well.
ちょっと築地、あんた今のおかしいと思わないの？人が死んだのよ。ホウスケとか紙吹雪になって死体もないのよ。笑ったら死ぬとかなんだっていうのよこれ。もしかして私とっくに夢見ちゃってる？
落ち着け。信じたくねえが現実だよ。クオンジの言う通り、この洋館はそういうルールの世界になって、リデルはそれに引っかかったが、自力でルールに抵抗したってわけだ。頭の痛いことだが、クオンジとリデルはその手のオカルトがありな奴らなんだよ。俺も具体的には知らねえけどな。というか、踏み込んだら巻き込まれる。ギリギリ外から眺めた結果、あの二人が本物だと判断した。今はそれで納得しとけ。
納得できない。だってホウスケ死んじゃったのよ。
くまりさん、木の実くんの死を悲しむのはまだ早いわ。彼やトッキーはアウト扱いで退場しただけ。現実ではまだ行方不明状態よ。
Yeah, okay. So they're not actually dead, they're just missing. I thought so.
誰かがこのゲームをクリアすれば、ゲーム内容は全て無効扱いになって、彼らも元通りになるわ。
死んでない。
A capture card. God damn it. I need a restart. It's starting to get hotter in my room. Been streaming for a bit. The weather's actually kind of hot right now. My audio is gonna die soon too, probably. I'm gonna restart. I'll be back in a sec. back. Computer was having problems trying to launch. So this might happen again. Probably will happen again, to be honest. Set everything up. How much longer this chapter's gonna go for? Hopefully not too long. Well, let's continue. I understood what Miss Kunji was saying. For better or worse, I was a realist like Awazaki. This sci-fi and fantasy nonsense was too hard for me to swallow.
クマ、落ち着いて。気持ちも心情もわかるけど、今は話を聞きましょう。アリス、もっと詳しく話して。プロイの仕業なのは分かったけど、具体的にどういうルールになったの？クリアって何？
Okay. Yeah, this is really annoying for me too.
使用者が定めた条件が満たされたら発動して、あとは丸1日稼働し続ける。これがゲーム。
Probability shifting ploy, what the fuck is that?
ゲーム中は現実世界に新しいルールが一つ追加される。今回は笑わされたら死ぬでしょうね。またゲーム中は区域からの脱出は困難になる。この区域から脱出する方法は2つだけ。一つは誰がプロイの使用者なのか暴くこと。でも軽率に犯人を指名するのは避けるべきね。もし間違えていたり証拠が欠けていた場合、犯人を指名した人物もアウトになるから。もう一つはゲームが終わるまでプロ以外の参加者が一人でもいいから生き延びること。このどちらでもクリアになるわ。クリアさえしてしまえば何人犠牲者が出ようと帳消し。みんな生き返ってゲーム中の記憶は失う。
It's convenient. Okay, so that's how they can reveal Magecraft.
どうなることかと思いましたが、それなら問題はありませんね。この
Sister seemed relieved, but I wasn't, not by a long shot. It was because I was having a hard time wrapping my head around the situation, but I felt so on edge. Position H. Explains the rules. Ask, okay, who wants to play Try Not to Laugh challenge? I think you should focus on Tokitsu's death. It's easy enough to not laugh for one night. You should point out that we're one person down. Felt like it was about time I pointed out that we were still missing from someone.
どうかしら。そうはいかないと思うわよ、ゆいちゃん。
リツカ、それはどういう？
木の実くんやリデルさんはともかく、時津さんは無理やり誰かに笑わされた可能性があるんだから。それにあっちゃんはこう言ったわ。使用者が定めた条件だって。このプロイは事故で起動したんじゃなくて、誰かが意図的に起動させたってことでしょ。
では犯人がいるってこと。そいつが誰かはわからないけど、こんなルールを作った以上、何としても私たちを笑わせようとするんじゃない？いえ、そうでなくても 犠牲者は出るかもしれない。こんなこと言いたくないけど、疑心暗鬼から来客たちが自滅し合うのはミステリーの定番でしょ、リツカ。
その通りなのです。さすがアコちゃん、分かってる。このルールの底意地が悪いところは、殺害方法が犯人だけの特権ではないことよ。極論として犯人を突き止めなくても生き残れる方法はある。要は他人に笑わせられなければいいんだから。
やられる前にやれ。自分以外の人間を先に消してしまえば安全だ。まとめるとこういうことですか。1、今洋館は笑うと死ぬ世界になっている。2、その状況を望んだ人物 A がいる。3、俺たちはその人物 A が誰なのかを見抜くまで安心できない。なぜならその人物 A はすでに時津老人を殺害しており、他の人間を殺さない保証はないからである。4、必然俺たちは自分以外の人間を疑い、正体を暴くか朝まで身を守るか笑わせて消していくしかないと。
生き残れるのはただ一組。
何かっこよくまとめてんのよ、あんたは。アリス、これ何番のプロイ
？15番。まじないと確率変動、二神同体、願掛けによる魔力強化のプロイキッシャーよ。
あっちゃやっぱりスイーツハーツだったか。最悪。あんなの使うやつがいるなんて、どんだけ優柔不断なのよ、日本人って。
スイーツハーツ？それがこのプロイの名前なの？アリス。
イエス。一定のルールを作って、その中で生き延びたパーティーの魔力を向上させる戦闘前の運試しみたいなプロイよ。大抵はみんな全滅してスイーツハーツの一人勝ち、生存者はいないってデスゲームだけど。じゃ、私はアリスと組むから。
は？何をその組むって。
これはパーティーサバイバルなの。ゲームは二神同体、二人一組で挑んだ方が勝率は上がるわ。だって最終的には面倒な犯人当てより力ずくの笑わせ合いになるのは明白でしょ。誰だって最後に生き残るのは自分でありたいんだし。その点私とアリスなら絶対よ。アリスは笑わないし、私はパーティージョークを担当できるしね。そうでしょアリス。
そうね。しずきくん、お願いできる？
そうだね。聞いた限りアリスなら安全だ。
優しさとかないの、あんたたちには。
なるほど。自分が犯人ではないと思う信じられる知人をパートナーにして協力し合うのですね。シスターユイカ、よろしいですか？
そうですね。恐ろしいことですが、この中で最も信用できるのはエイリ神父のようですから。
私はのけ者か。アコちゃん、私と組む？
リデル、組みましょう。今夜だけは過去のことは水に流して。
流しましょう。私のことも水に流しましょ
う。いいわよ、好き。いざとなれば二人で洋館ごとコッパみじんよ。
自然な流れだな。じゃあまあ常識人らしく俺たちは俺たちで組むか。つまり
I didn't see that coming. Witness and murder mysteries are bad enough, but now this?
宗十郎さんと組めないんなら僕は一人でいいや。どうせ遊びだしさ。
残念。それじゃあ私は山城先生と。
Where is he?
あれ？
All looked at each other. I'd been wondering when someone would notice, because the Yamashiro had been missing for a while. He's been missing for a while. The clock. Began a manhunt for Mr. Yamashiro. Tweeds separated into groups to scour the mansion. Ritsuka, in charge of the second floor guest rooms, called us together.
ここ山城先生の客室ね。鍵はかかっているの？
かかっていなかったわ。留守だと思って中を覗いてみたんだけど。
Ritsuka trailed off. Was it my imagination, or is she stifling a laugh?
とにかく中を見て。話はその後にしましょう。
Following Ritsuka's direction, we stepped into the room. Inside, there was a field of flowers. Alright. The fuck? In its center lay the body of Mr. Yamashiro.
ファラオ眠りって。
Azaki desperately tried not to laugh. It took a serious effort for me too. Inappropriately, I couldn't help but see the image of Mr. Yamashiro lying serenely on a bed of flowers, or as a kohaku, New Year's singing contestant, the nurse of coffin viewing.
いやはや、至って健全な方だと思っていたのですが、山城先生は普段どんな人生を送りたいと思っていたのでしょうね。
何これ、ただの教師が私より派手な死に方とかふざけてるの？
皆さん、詮索はそこまでです。個人の人間性をどうこう言うのはデリカシーが欠けています。今後、新たな犠牲者が出た時、その死を笑うようなことはないように。いいですね。
あ、はい、すみません。確かに不謹慎でした。やはりこういう時は頼りになりますね、ゆいかくんは。
大人として当然の注意です。学生を監督する立場なのですから、営利神父も軽はずみな行為は控えてください。
Oh, he did. Okay. Felt colder after Sister Yuika's scolding. After we finished examining the room, Miss Konji locked it behind us. We turned to the drawing room. Somber mood settled over the parlor. Gloom wasn't from any sense of grief, but rather a certain feeling that pervaded the group after we split into pairs. Suspicion between the teams.
客室に乱れた様子はなかった。山城を客室に誘い込んだのか、山城が客室にいる時にやってきたのか。どちらにせよ、親しい中での不意打ちだったんだろう。山城はルールを知らなかったから、あっさり笑わされたんだろうが。
Tsukiji spoke to everyone in the room. Usually, Father Eri was the one leading the discussion. Now that he was silent, maybe Tsukiji felt he had to step up.
何飛び丸、あんたにしちゃ歯切れが悪いじゃない。今の憶測に間違いはないと思うけど。
いや、教会組や久遠寺はともかく、俺や青崎、くまりは山城先生をよく知ってるだろ。あのヒルアンドンが他人の冗談に心から笑うっていうのはかなりレアな出来事じゃないか。
That's right. Mr. Yamashiro smiled a lot and was easygoing, but it was neutral to a fault. He never responded strongly to people's opinions, almost to the point of utter indifference. For him to laugh hard, he must have been taken by surprise, like victims on prank TV shows.
ま、どうやって笑わせたかは後回しだ。どうも敵さん、本気で攻めてきてるみたいだからな。仲良し時間は終わりにして、本題に入ろうぜ。
そうですね。この中の誰が A なのか、犯人探しを始めましょう。
I think anybody wanted to hear that. We wanted to happen. There's no way around it anymore. Someone here intentionally made both Mr. Tokitsu and Mr. Yamashiro laughed. In Tokitsu's case, they even used explosives.
ごめん、今更だけど、時津さんの死因ってもしかして。
うん、パンに殺されたんだろうね。
Death by bread. Okay.
トッキーらしいわ。この世に小麦粉がなければ、僕は前衛美術で世界を救っていたとか。
You said death by bread. Was that Tobimaru? Hmm? He looked frustrated with himself for thinking so much about the time of death and the identity of the killer. I guess he did have a more sensitive side. He did.
犯人探しなんてするまでもないと思いますが、これがプロイキッシャーによる犯行なら、第一容疑者はクオンジ・アリス、第二容疑者は青崎青子、第三容疑者はメイリデル・アーシェロット、以上の3名に絞られます。彼女たちをここで笑わせてしまえば解決です。脇腹をえぐるなり、足の裏をそぐなりすれば、人間は笑います。物理的に。
ゆいちゃん、ちょっと落ち着いて。冷静になりましょう、みんな。喧嘩は良くないわ。犯人の思うツボよ、きっと。
Makes me suspect Tobimaru because he mentioned death by bread earlier. Specifically, death by bread, right? As the actual word. Like, huh. And that was before we figured out the whole boy was involved. I don't know.
もっとミステリ的に考えましょう。まずはアリバイ検証とか、ほら、物理的に穏やかな方向で。
I don't really want to suspect Tobimaru though.
律香に賛成です。ゆいかくんもそれは最後の手段として取っておいてくださいね。築地くんやくまりさんが同席しているんですから。
So I don't think he has a motive. And then again, what's the whole motive of this thing?
アリバイ検証はちょっと待ってもらえますか。その前にスイーツハーツだっけか、そいつの特徴を詳しく聞きたいんですけど、クオンジ、知ってることを話してくれ。ルールがどうたら以前に、そいつがどういう形なのか、俺たちは知らねえんだ。
そうね。肝心なことを説明していなかったわ。
It can't be Riddle. She came by helicopter, so it's either Ozaki or Alice. Like I said, Alice earlier went to a room but changed the topic with Kumari. That's the whole scene was bait. True. Yes, there is that. She likely would have more of a motive doing something with a ploy, but we don't know what that motive is exactly. What's the whole point of doing this game? She's literally just to have shits and giggles, maybe.
スイーツハーツは卵型のプディングよ。王冠を逆さにしてゆで卵を乗せたような形。
No, to be honest, this kind of thing for shits and giggles sounds more like something Polka would do. Do you reckon Toko will be involved?
「斬新ね。プリンに殺されるミステリとか今まで聞いたこともなかったわ。
Sweet Tarts is an egg-shaped pudding. It kind of looks like a hard-boiled egg on top of an upside-down crown. Okay.
バカなの？バカしかいないの？それは発動する前の形よ。スイーツハーツは自分を食べた相手にそっくりそのまま擬態するの。
That's how it works?
というか、スイーツハーツを食べちゃった時点で食べた人間、これが使用者ね。使用者は卵の中に閉じ込められてる。外にはスイーツハーツが擬態した使用者が現れる。
The eater is imprisoned inside the egg. Outside, the doppelganger appears. Oh, okay, so that makes it even more sense then. So that means that whoever caused this whole issue could have done it by accident by eating Sweet's heart. Then the doppelganger will appear to fuck all this shit up. Okay, that makes more sense with motives then. Okay, then we can suspect Togaru. Yeah, that okay, because he's actually not Tobimaru in this case. Or whoever it is actually not that person. It's a doppelganger. He says, yeah.
活動を始めたスイーツハーツは人間の形をしているってこと？
理屈も道理もあえて聞かないが、要は本物と偽物が入れ替わるんだな。
前言は撤回してあげる。飛び丸だけは去る以上ね。そう、スイーツハーツは使用者に化けるプロイなの。それも完全によ。何しろ起動してしまったらスイーツハーツすら自分が犯人だとは思っていないんだもの。
Wow.
完全に化けるってそういうことでしょ？犯人と思わしきやつをどんなに詰問しても拷問しても、それがスイーツハーツだっていう客観的かつ絶対的な証拠がないと正体は暴けない。使用者は証拠を突きつけられて、ようやく自分がスイーツハーツだって気がつくのよ。
あー、何そのロジックパズル。たまんないです。正直もうたまんないです。
一流のスパイはまず自分はスパイではないと自己暗示をかけると言いますが、厄介ですね。
He's having a great time.
いえ、それはおかしい。犯人は明確に笑わせに来ているのでしょ。それで自覚がないというのはどう思う？
スイーツハーツとスイーツハーツが代行している人間はオンオフで切り替わるの。普段は代行している人間そのものだけど、ルール実行可能な条件になると、その時だけスイーツハーツの人格に切り替わる。もちろん代行している人間の時の人格にはスイーツハーツを起動した時の記憶は消失しているわ。
Okay. What kind of setup was this? So we were dealing with a formless butcher, a murderer with no ill intent. That meant the murderer could be anyone, even me. This could be sweethearts.
みんな落ち着いて、冷静になりましょう。
True, that does mean it could be Kumari too.
楽しいからって騒いだり喧嘩したり、もう我慢できない私は家に帰るぞとか叫んで飛び出していったりしちゃダメよ。絶対死ぬから。
私としてはまずあなたに冷静になってほしいのですが。
ダメ、冷静になんてなれない。お願い、夢でも覚めないで。盛り上げるためにみんなあと半分ぐらい殺されて、そして当然最後に生き残るのは
そこまでのとんでもプロイとは思わなかったわ。これは真面目にアリバイ検証するしかなさそうね。
そうだな。誰がスイーツハーツかは判明しないが、誰なら2人を殺せたかは見えてくるかもしれねえ。それぞれこの一日の行動を証言しよう。もし自分の記憶と違ったところがあったら容赦なく指摘してくれ。それじゃあまずは俺からだな。
Can't be her because she took a 15-minute nap. This whole situation could have happened during before everyone happened. Really? I was thinking it could have happened while she was taking a nap. But then again, like, she needed to have eaten the ploy somehow, which she did and probably forgot about it. Depends if she's an unreliable narrator or not. We don't know, I guess. No one objected to Sikiji's initiative. If he didn't want to go first, he'd look suspicious.
俺は午前10時にベオと木の実、時津のじいさんと久遠寺邸に到着した。俺たちは久遠寺に挨拶した後、それぞれ与えられた客室で休憩。11時には今に再集合し昼食をとった。
Some open time for any of them who have done something. 10 to the rooms to rest. Again at 11.
そうだな。確かその辺りで時津のじいさんはいなくなってたな。午後になって青崎、山城、くまりが到着。夕方になってリデルが呼ばれもしないのに乱入。何度かトイレで席を立ったが 基本的には居間とサンルームで過ごしていた。俺が居間にいた間、常に姿があったのはクオンジだけだ。
私は午前中は町で買い物をして、そのまま昼過ぎにクマリと合流。なぜか山城先生もいたわ。3人で洋館に到着したのが2時過ぎ。居間で飛び丸たちに挨拶して、あとは居間とサンルームを行ったり来たりだったかな。ご不条で何度か席を立ったけど、一度もトッキーとは顔を合わせていないわ。
僕もするの？いいけどみんなと変わらないよ。
Is that right? When I went shopping in town, met Kumari straight away in the afternoon. For some reason, Mr. Yamashiro was also there. Three of us arrived in the mansion sometime after 2, saying hello to Tomoto in the drawing room. Spent the rest of the time between there and the sunroom. It's not right. We saw her near the rooms when Kumari went to put her stuff away. She did say that she left a few times to the restroom. If the restroom's that way, then sure. Alright.
3連休だったので、昨日はトビーの家で寝泊まりしてあげてたよ。ホウスケも一緒だったんで、うるさいことこの上なかったです。で、朝になってから3人で一緒に公園まで行って、じいさんと合流して、ロールスロイスでここの門に到着。
So he was with them from last night. Okay.
10時にはアリスに挨拶して、あとはずっとゴロゴロしてました。
Decision I. The bear is annoying. What? Come on. Stories don't add up. Tsukiji. I don't know much about what Tsukiji did, Omoto, so I think Aoko's story doesn't add up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Bear's done anything. So. It's like it didn't say she went to her room. Yeah. She went to her room, right? Yeah.
ほとんど屋敷にいたんだけど、パーティーの準備が忙しくてあまりみんなと話していないな。誰かさんと誰かさんが手伝ってくれないから。それはともかくとして、基本的には居間にいたよ。買い出しとか庭の手入れもしたけど、あれは午後だったかな。夕方になって部屋に戻ったら、時津さんが大変なことに。
Mentioned most of the time, too busy preparing for the party to really talk to anyone, mainly because the Sentinel didn't want to help. Aside from that, it was mostly in the drawing room. Didn't they say earlier that Sojo was outside, like fucking cutting grass down or some shit? They go shopping to tend to the garden, but that was earlier in the afternoon. When I returned to my room in the evening, Tokutsu was already dead. Yeah, okay, that's the part, right? He was cutting grass. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that kind of checks out.
私はそうね、人手がなかったからトッキーが来る前に自分で西館の施錠を済ませて今に移動したわ。プロイの保管庫を含めて西館には立ち入り禁止の部屋が多いから。それからはずっと居間でゲストの様子を見ていたけど、誰がいつどのくらい席を立っていたかまでは把握していないわ。
私も青崎と同じだけど、
一応証言はしとく。
So one had locked the West Wing myself before Toki arrived. West Wing contained many rooms. Okay. Took drawing to look after the guests. Couldn't tell you it's not the secret outline. He's been there the whole time, though.
午後一に青崎、山城先生と合流して午後2時過ぎに久遠寺邸に到着。客室で一度休憩を取ったのが3時半から4時。4時にロビーに神父さんたちがやってきたのを覚えています。あとそうだ、仮眠中誰かの笑い声が聞こえた気がするけど、気のせいかもしれないし、これは推理の材料にしないで混乱させるだけだわ。
Did we hear that? I don't remember seeing that. Edition J. I sus myself. I don't remember hearing about laughing sleeping.
私は午後の業務を済ませ、青子からの招待状通り平和的な入れ立ちで洋館を目指しました。午後4時に洋館に到着し、サンルームでお茶をいただいているとリレル君が乱入し、その後時津氏が殺害されていることが判明しました。
3:30 to 4 isn't 15 minutes. That's right, yeah. I think I know how to add. Tea in the sunroom until we were charged in. Mr. Tokitsu had been killed after that.
こちらに来てからは時津氏と出会っていません。また山城先生の姿が消えたのは時津氏の事件が発覚する前だったと思います。
Disappearing just before Mr. Tokitsu incident came to light. No, he disappeared for a while ago. It wasn't just before that.
私もエイリ神父と同じです。この屋敷に到着してから事件が起きるまで一度も今から離れてはいません。
私はあちゃ何度か席を立っちゃったな。おトイレとちょっと洋館探索に。だってあっちゃんが家にあげてくれるなんて珍しいじゃない。レア物も見たいなーと歩き回ってたけど、案の定どこもロックは完璧でした。あ、でも2階には行ってないわよ。これは本当。
I can't tell except for other 80s story. It's the only one that doesn't add up for me. Because these two, like they're kind of like it could have been anything, honestly. This guy's just self-incriminating, yeah. Other 80s story doesn't add up because the teacher was missing way before. We didn't see him on screen anyway for like quite a while. I think. It was a little tense, but there was no obvious contradictions between the alibis. The room grew silent. There wasn't enough evidence to point the time of Tokitsu's death. Nobody heard an explosion, and apparently thanks to this ploy kickshaw nonsense, even rigor mortis wasn't a reliable indicator. Since there was no way to deduce the exact time of death by examining the body, we could only estimate it based on the last time Tokitsu and Mr. Yamashiro were seen. Mr. Tokitsu likely died between 1 PM and 6 PM. Mr. Yamashiro between 4 PM and 8 PM. However, everyone was together at 7 PM, so there had to have been some time between 4 PM and 7 PM. Only 3 people had solid alibis, Mr. Kuanji, Mother 80, and Sister Yuiko. Tsukiji and I have alibis when it comes to Mr. Yamashiro, because we were both in the drawing room at the time. Zaki, Shizuki, and Bear were unknowns.
でも怪しいのはプロイのことを知っている青子とアリス、あとリツカだよね。だって僕らスイーツハーツなんて知らなかったんだし。
そうだな。前もって知る機会があったかは別にして、まずはそこから検討しないとな。
I don't think this matters because you could have just eaten it. It's an egg, right? So anyone could have eaten an egg.
今日ここで知ったのか、初めから知っていたのか。この違いは大きいぜ。
That's right. We needed to know when the ploy was activated. If it was me or Mr. Yamashiro, once we arrived at the mansion, we'd have needed to find Sue Hearts and activate it without knowing what it was. Possible but not realistic. We'll classify this game as a type of murder mystery involving sudden crimes. The kind of scenario where unexpected tragedies occur one after another. On the other hand, if someone knew about the ploy and had access to it anytime they wanted, that would make this a premeditated crime. What if the ploy was just left somewhere in the open? You know, what if it wasn't in the storage? There was no need to figure out when the ploy was found. Person A would have already switched places with the ploy and executed their plan at their leisure once everyone had gathered. Apparently, that was the most likely scenario. Someone knew about the ploy and had access to it anytime they wanted.
初めからプロイを知っているという前提で絞るなら、怪しいのは青崎だな。青崎なら両名を殺せる時間があった。律香さんの場合、時津じいさんの殺害は難しい。クオンジはずっと今にいた唯一の人間だ。犯行には及べない。
そうね、それは否定しないわ。その二人に関してなら私はいくらでもやれるチャンスはあったでしょう。ではやはりって何をやはりってあくまで可能性の話でしょ。それを言うなら洋館にやってきてすぐにプロイを発見して勢い食べちゃって、それでスイーツハーツになっちゃったって偶然もあるわけだし。怪しさで言えばみんな同じよ。水かけ論だわ。
私とエイリ神父は潔白だと証明されましたが、
あんたらがどんな経緯で洋館に来たかは不明よね。ロビーで話し声が聞こえたからアリスが出迎えたんでしょ。それ以前あんたらがどこにいたかなんて誰も証明できないじゃない。
そうね、可能性で言うならエイリさんとユイちゃんと私が共謀してるというのもありだし。
姉さん、あなたはどちらの味方ですか？
私は論理の味方よ。マニアの矜持に誓ってどちらにも肩入れはしないからまあそれはそれとして、プロイを知っているって条件ならもう一人とびきり不自然な子もいるんだけど、それは誰かが指摘するでしょう。
Zuki and the sister glared at each other so intensely, I thought I saw sparks flying. Focusing on already knew about the play, I think of one other person that doesn't quite add up. Who? They probably didn't get along even at the best of times. Given the situation, it's no wonder they were at each other's throat.
青子、あまりユイカさんを挑発しない方がいいと思うけど、今回のルールでは彼女は最強の切り札なんだから。
は？最悪の敵の間違いじゃない。
切り札よ。だってあの人この中で一番安全だもの。そうでしょ、ユイカさん。
ええ、私には笑いがわかりませんから。冗談で笑うなんてことはまずありえません。ですから先に退場するのは青子さんの方でしょうね。
Kuonji appeared to have only meant it as a warning. I could tell that the room was getting more tense. Just then, the blue robin appeared in front of Miss Kuonji. It ran over the black table and started chirping. What if it was the bird that ate it? Oh! Wouldn't that be funny?
自分犯人分かったんすけど言っていいっすか？
Tweeted.
おりゃ
Miss Kuonji mercilessly squashed it with a karate chop.
ともかく いつまでも笑い話と思っていると全滅するわよ。
そうだね。ユイカさんはともかく笑い上手な人はどこかに隠れていた方がいいんじゃない？
Made sense to me. Oh, I become out of like this hot first to like decision L. Stay in each other's rooms until morning. Check Riddle's alibi. Well, for one, I definitely do not think it's the first option. Because you know that's just gonna lead to a bad end. Also, narratively wise, gameplay wise, or whatever, it just makes for bad gameplay. So it's gonna be the second option. I felt that we needed to dig more into the pink girl's alibi.
私にもやれって言うの？私は関係ないじゃない。だって私が来た時、もうじいさんも先生とやらもいなくなってたんでしょ？だいたい私にはスイーツハーツなんて使う理由がないし、何不自由のないアイドルだし、願い事なんて大抵はお金で解決できるし、どうせ嵐を呼ぶなら自分の手で起こして周りを犠牲にしてもすっぱり成就させまくるし。
So it means the grouping means nothing. Yeah.
バカ言ってんじゃねえ。てめえだって怪しいだろ。プロイとやらを知っていて、青崎とクオンジに恨みがあって、おまけに慢性的なヒスときた。そもそもなんで呼ばれもしていないのにやってきた。わざわざヘリ飛ばしてまでよ。
He also did not die to deploy. she died and came back.
つうかあれだ。てめえ、ヘリでやってきた時、全く雨に濡れていなかったよな。ありゃどういうことだ。それまで屋敷に隠れていて、ヘリを呼びつけたタイミングで登場すれば、さもたった今着きましたって状況になるよな。
何よそれ。あたしちゃんとヘリで来たってば。雨に濡れないのはゴブリンで弾いたからだし、なんであたしがあんたらを皆殺しにしようなんて思うのよ。
いや、思ってたじゃないか、実際。
ええ、した。
あれはあれ、これはこれでしょ。もうマジ頭きた。あたし帰る。帰って第二次ブリティッシュ作戦の準備する。もちろん標的はここだからね。できるの？脱出は困難だってアリスが。
ええ、スイーツハーツの確率変動で道は土砂崩れになっている可能性が高いわ。電話線もなくなってるから外部と連絡も取れないし。
ふん、地上がダメなら空があるわ。いいわよ、ヘリでしょ。お望み通り呼んでやるわよ。あたしのゴブリンネストを舐めるんじゃないっての。
Girl and Pink stormed out into the hallway.
ハロー、パパ？あたしだけど、今すぐ三崎町の白犬塚までヘリ飛ばして。そう、あの三崎町。はあ？まだ諦めてないのかですって？ブワーカ、頭ん中かぼちゃになってんじゃないの？勝つまでやるのがあたしだし。第一、まだ全然負けてないし、あんなの引き分けに過ぎないわよ。ほら、座標はわかるでしょ。さっさと飛ばして。10分以内よ、10分以内。は？死者にあるヘリじゃ無理？嵐がひどくて近づけない？たこ、んなことわかってるわよ。それでもこのあたしが今すぐミサイルみたいにかっ飛ばせって言ってんの。飛ばしたくても機体がない？このハイトンチキ、あんたそれでも商人？頭使いなさいよね。近くに軍用基地あるでしょ。そこに試作の最新鋭機があるって話よ。教習用の、それ1機チャーターして。もう無理無理うるさいわね。それしか言えないの？は？会社の立て直しでキャッシュがない？機体プラススタッフごと買い取らなきゃならん？
上等じゃない。その程度私がいくらでも稼いであげるっての。アラブの坊ちゃん宅だろうが、チャイナの金満家のところだろうが、プライベートライブ2、3発ぶちかましてあげるわよ。それでお釣りが来るでしょ。泣いて喜ぶとか本気でやめて。お金のためよ、お金のため。音楽業なんてどうでもいいんだから。
If Riddle isn't invited, that means one person isn't accounted for. Yeah, I thought the numbers didn't add up.
分かったら10分以内。最新鋭機のスーパーかっこいいの。クソアパッチなんかよこしたら親子の縁切るから覚悟しておくことね。
Is that counting Robin as one of them? When I counted, I think I was at 11 and there was 2 left. I didn't count Robin. Finkel's vicious berating could be heard throughout the house, and that was not counting Riddle. She was speaking English so quickly with so much slang mixed in that I couldn't quite catch it all. Listening wasn't a particular strength of mine anyway.
あのバカは本気で軍用ヘリ呼びつけやがった。
お待たせ。あと10分もしたら救いの天使が来るわ。スイーツハーツのルールはこの山限定だから、外に出てしまえば何もかもチャラ。私は一足先に家に帰って豪華なディナーとしゃれ込ませてもらうから。
I didn't count sensei because I forgot. Okay. Yeah, so there's one missing. Yeah.
ああ、けど安心なさい。私だって鬼じゃないし、どうしてもって言うなら乗っけていってあげてもいいわよ。こんな犯人当てゲームにコリゴリな人は今すぐ私側に来ることね。待てそこ。どうしてすぐ強い方につこうとするのか。
いやしかし自ら救いの天使だと。
やめとけ宗十郎。そいつが救いの天使だってんなら青崎なんざ癒しの女神クラスになっちまう。根本的に例えを間違えてるぞあれ。
クマリはどうする？飛び丸たちはこう言っているけど。
私も辞退。帰るなら一人で帰ってもらえばいい。
To be honest, if rescue was coming, I really did want to leave. But I wasn't about to owe this pink princess any favors.
この状況でも仲良しごっことか。ドリーマー極まったわね。いいわよ。好きにすれば。明日の朝刊の見出しが山の上の洋館、宿泊客全員行方不明かなんてもんにならないようせいぜい気をつけなさい。
逃げ出す女がよく言ったものね。そもそもこの天候で助けなんて来るはずないし、外の天気嵐というより地獄でしょ。夢見がちなのはそっちの頭の方だと思う。
If Riddle leaves, doesn't she die because that's part of the rules? I don't know if that was the rules. I just thought the rules was like nothing, like you couldn't leave because it. I don't know. Before even 10 minutes had gone by, there was a bizarre noise from outside that was separated from the howling storm.
予定よりすっごく早い。さすがパパ。なんだかんだ言ってコネクションも行動力もあるんだから。
In the midst of the tempest, a demonic bird came down, bearing down on us. Spots that I thought were eyes turned out to be a powerful searchlight, its beam stretching out for miles. The steel helicopter struggled against winds in excess of 50 miles per hour and then got struck down. Wow.
Ah, 落ちた。
いや、この天候でフライトとか常識的に考えて無茶でしょう。アリスさんでもそこまで世間知らずではありませんよ。
ええ、必ず落ちると思ったわ。 リデルの作戦がうまくいったことなんて今まで一度もないのだし。
あらよ、あんたさえ関わらなければいつだって私はパーフェクトだっつーの。それに今のはただのテストよ。
RIP NPC pilot.
本命は後からやって。ちょっと待って、タイム。
Pink girl went back out to the hallway. Maybe she had a pager in her pocket.
はあ、責任問題になった。今特殊部隊が本社ビルの屋上から侵入してきてるですって。
Her yelling resonated through the hallway.
落ち着いて、下手な抵抗はしちゃダメよ。すぐ無線で相手のトップと交渉して。え、損害賠償？プロジェクトごと買い取らないと殺すって？つかもう拘束されてる？ああ、もうカイは何やってんのよ。で、いくら？何その金額、桁2つ違くない？払えない、そんなのすぐに払えない。ちょっと待って、なんとかなるかも。今年のツアー延長と私の持ち株とタヒチの島を売却すればなんとかなりそう。いいわ、契約成立。買い取っちゃって。軍事産業とか畑違いだけど、とりあえずパパの安全が最優先。
Rip. I was a little curious now. He couldn't hurt, right? He couldn't hurt. Or do you think we should just leave it alone? Just leave it alone. If we go peek in the hallway and we miss something that might be bad. If Riddle has a phone, can't we just call the cops? Well, actually, it's the ploy won't let it work. The cops will just get bolted as well. Bye. After about a minute.
まあ、ヘリのことはきっぱり忘れるとして、もっと前向きな話をしましょう。
He returned, acting as if nothing had happened. Enemies, but I had to respect her sense of pride.
リデル、おま。
飛び丸。前向きな話をしましょう。
わかった。とりあえず、お前さんが潔白だってのだけはわかった。というか、これでスイーツハーツがお前だったら、ひどすぎて目も当てられねえ。
そんなの当たり前でしょ。さっきから私は関係ないって言ってるじゃない。だいたいね、この私、希代の天才マイスター、新世代魔女であるリデル様が、こんなバカっぽくて古臭いプロイに引っかかるわけないじゃない。
Like you did steal a ploy from Alice.
いや、引っかかっただろ、あのヘリ。
ヘリはヘリ、私は私よ。さっきだって笑ったけど耐え切ったでしょ。言っとくけど、私は絶対笑わないからね。ここでゆっくりあんたらが古臭いプロイなんかにやられて消えていくのを眺めてやるから。
He sounded aggressive, but I think the pink girl was more concerned than she let on. With one last huff through her nose, she plopped down onto the sofa. Seemed to make up her mind to work with us for tonight.
ごめんなさい。少し席を外すわ。すぐに戻ってくるから話を続けていて。
Skonji was... bathroom.
しかし、図らずも脱出は不可能であることが証明されてしまいましたね。誰がスイーツハーツなのか特定するか、朝まで全滅しないように注意を払うか、私は後者を選びたいところですが。
賛成。ヤブをつついてヘビを出したら、それこそ全滅の可能性も出てくるし。クマリは？
私はどっちでもいいけど。築地はどうなの？
俺か？俺は犯人特定に1票だな。 こんな状況を作り出した間抜けにはきっちり文句言わねえとな。
私はどちらでも。リデルさんではありませんが、どちらに転んでも安全ですので。
私は築地くんに賛成。推理しましょうみんな。
俺はそうですね、外の天気も荒れる一方だし、みんな部屋に立てこもった方がいいとは思う。鍵をかけて寝てしまえば他人に笑わせられようがないし。
つまんないでーす。宗十郎さん、ここはもうちょっと様子見ようよ。青子の死に方とかすごく興味ない？
レオ、そういうのは冗談でも。
Suddenly the room was pitch dark.
落ち着いて。電気が切れたようです。皆さん、むやみに動いてはいけませんよ。闇だけに。
It's a close one. I heard several people almost fail to suppress a laugh.
何考えてんのよエリー。全滅するかと思ったじゃない。
He would have killed you, baby. I decided to keep that to myself.
いや、今なら切れると心が騒いでしまいまして。
タイミングはバッチリだった。つまんないダジャレも切り出し方次第で人を殺せるんだな。
顔が見えないのがまた効くよな。
まったくよ、この私ですらちょっとブルッときたわ。もしかしてあいつが犯人なんじゃないの？
Conversation continued in the dark. It reminded me of telling ghost stories on a school trip. It's just fun to talk in the dark sometimes. For whatever reason, I could tell we were all tempted to make each other laugh.
あ、ろうそく見つけた。誰かライター持ってない？もしくはマッチ。
ちょっとマッチ。
Ah, damn it, Eddie! Stop!
え？今のも神父さん？
ひどすぎる。
脳が退化しているとしか思えません。
いや、この原子の状態じゃエスプリ聞かせてもインパクトねえぞ。
みんな静かに。電気つきそうだぞ。
Someone died. Did the Koenji estate have its own power generator? It wasn't clear who restored the power, but the drawing room was flooded with artificial light.
あら、古臭い屋敷のくせに設備はしっかりしてるのね。このまま暗闇で朝まで過ごすのかと心配しちゃったわ。
She moved next to me at some point. She looked up. I followed her gaze. What the fuck, Alice? She did. Pink Girl took what looked like several impacts to the chest, spun around dramatically, and collapsed.
リデル、ちょっと何があったの？
It's like he rushed over to her side. I narrowly avoided the same fate. She hadn't started laughing first, I'd have busted her gut for sure.
リデル、しっかりしなさい、リデル。死ぬ前に教えて。何を見たの？犯人ね。そんなつまんないやつよりもっとおぞましくてプニプニした悪魔がばったり。
It's like he burst into tears, clutching May's lifeless body in her arms. They were probably more alike than they cared to admit. Changed and came back, what the fuck? Amidst the commotion, Miss Koenji returned, not appearing to have noticed the death.
何かあったのかしら。
わからん。わけもなく爆笑して自滅した。今度はさすがに復活は無理っぽい。
Perhaps out of pity, Tsukiji covered her with a tablecloth and lay her to rest at the side of the room. I quietly shuffled over to Miss Koenji and whispered in her ear.
クオンジさん、今の。
着替える服を間違えたの。 みんなには黙っていてね、くまりさん。
いいけど、犯人じゃないのよね、あなた。
ええ、今のはただの趣味だから安心して。昔からあの子を見ているとなぜかいじめたくなってしまって。
Situation has the same energy as Angel Beats where everyone was dying one of them, didn't she? Really too bad, she sighed. Again, I felt a little sorry for Riddle. Four victims. Everyone seemed resigned to locking ourselves in our rooms for the night. Sounds dangerous. This type of game, do not lock away. Sounds dangerous. I think it's too dangerous to hole up in our rooms. Reason being, because there's a 13th person. I thought it best to tackle the problem now.
それじゃあ各自自分の部屋に。ちょっと待って。その前に確かめたいことがある。みんな、今日のゲストは何人か分かってる？
何人かってクオンジ入れて13人だろ。それがどうかしたか？
それはリデルを入れての話？
何？
Tsukuji's eyes went wide. He was acquainted with Rido, so her being here hadn't felt out of place to him. But to someone like me who didn't know her, she stuck out like a sore thumb. She had crashed the party without a formal invitation.
そうか。リデルは招かれていない。ゲストとは数えない。
My audio died again. The capture card is dead. Close it. Open it. I need another restart. Damn it! No! Yeah, I'm gonna restart again. Okay, ERB. I really want to finish this today. Rip. Okay, we're back. They bring up Toko. I feel like it's a shitty resolution. She hasn't appeared yet, so she feel like she would have the most extensive knowledge on employees. She probably would, yeah. That probably would be kind of crap, to be honest, but yeah, okay. I don't know. I don't know how they would fix how they would end this. No, apparently this is like supposed to be funny though, so I don't know if this is like actually just a joke chapter or is like actually serious or not. So I'm not too sure. Oh, we know that there is a missing 13th, so right?
どういうことか説明してくれる？クオンジさん。
そうね。私もうっかりしていたわ。招待状は私と青子、しずきくんで分けて出したの。最終的に9枚消費したとしか私は聞いていなかったから。私とトッキーはホストで、青子としずきくんは知っていたから、合わせて13人だって。ちなみに私はリツカさんとベオに招待状を送ったわ。
私はエイリとユイカさん、木の実と飛び丸。
自分はクマリと最後に余ったのを先生と、とても名前を口にできない人に1枚。
Ah, that's Toko.
なるほど、数は合っているわね。ところで宗十郎、叱られる前に白状した方がいいわよ。もうなんとなく分かったけど、一体誰に招待状を送りやがったの？
いや、だって仲間外れは良くないじゃないか。
Of course, fucking Sojiro invited her.
トーコね、トーコ呼びつけたのはあんただったのね。
I was like, he grabbed Shizuki by his collar and shook him violently, like a bobblehead.
2人、リデルが2人。
トウコさんに招待状を送った。しかし彼女は今三崎町には立ち入れないはずですが。
呪いならトウコさんとっくにクリアしたって言ってたよ。発想の転換だとか言って。なんでも肉体にかかった呪いが解けないなら、その肉体を使わなければいいとかなんとか。
Great, she beat the curse, alright.
どんな理屈よそれ。相変わらずネジ飛んでるわね、姉貴。
ともかくトウコさんに招待状が送られてしまった以上、彼女がここに来ている可能性があるのね。
そう。そこで思い出してほしいのが、電話線がなくなってた時の玄関。あの時、玄関の床には水滴がついていた。私たちは雨が降り出してから一度も外に出ていない。だから事件の直前にやってきたリデルの足跡かと思ってたけど、彼女全く雨に濡れていなかった。つまり
あの雨の後はリデルさん以外の何者かが洋館に入ってきたという証拠ということね。あの時玄関には時津さんと山城先生以外のみんながいたから。
姿のない参加者、13人目のゲストがいるということですね。
It's changed everything. I never heard that Ozaki had an older sister, but now wasn't the time to ask about that. The tension in the air was enough to tell me that there was a bad blood between her and the people here.
青崎瞳子ですか。彼女なら確かにプロイに精通し、クオンジの屋敷の見取りも把握しています。何より私たち、特に青子さんに強力な殺意がある。今まで見えてこなかった動機の面でも最有力候補ですね。
ですね。トウコさんが犯人だとしたら 部屋に閉じこもるのは得策ではありません。何をやっても力ずくで侵入してくるでしょう。
トコちゃんならやるわ。だってホラー大好きだもの。ここに来て展開がホラーになるのは残念だけど、まずは安全を確保しないとね。
皆さん、手分けして洋館内を調査しましょう。瞳子さんがいるのかいないのか、そこをはっきりさせなくては。
ああ、そうよね。
So that reaction.
じゃあ私は自分の部屋周辺を調べるわ。
私は西館と念のため地下室に。くまりさんたちは危険だからここで待っていて。
That they left the drawing room on a mission, leaving me, Tsukiji, Shizuki, and Ritsuka behind. Time passed by slowly. My eyelids began to feel heavy from anxiety and exhaustion. The clock struck midnight.
紅茶でも入れてくるか。宗次郎、お茶はどこで？
それならサンルームのテーブルにまだ温かいポットがあるよ。
よし、取ってくる。
He probably wanted to get his mind off things. Tsukiji strode off towards the sunroom. Oh, another blackout. Someone dead!
これじゃ何も見え。
There was a dazzling flash of light. Through the window in the sunroom, I could see lighting. It's there! What the fuck is he?
築地くん、下がって早く。
なんだ今の。誰かいたぞ。
3人ともこっち。ホールに移動しましょう。
Ritsuka grabbed my hand and pulled me away from the pitch black drawing room. I definitely saw the outline of a person against the lightning. Someone was outside in the raging storm. It could only be 13th guest. It fled to the hall. All lamps here appeared to be on a separate wiring, so at least it wasn't completely dark.
クマ？どうしたのよ、血相変えちゃって。外に誰かいた。ちょっと見てくる。宗十郎、飛丸、小鹿をお願い。
Jogging, Awazaki disappeared into the dark corridor connecting the parlor. Father Eri and Sister Yuika came down the stairs, and Miss Kuonji returned from the east wing. They must have heard the commotion.
屋敷の電源がまた落ちたようですが、何かあったのですか？
それがサンルームの外に人影っぽいものが見えて、つい逃げてきちゃった。今はアコちゃんが様子を見に行ってるわ。
Awazaki returned after we explained the situation.
とりあえず異常なし。サンルームの窓も割れてないし、誰かが中に入ってきた様子はないわ。
こちらも異常はありませんでした。館内に瞳子さんはいないようです。そうなると
先ほどの外に人影を見たという件ですね。館内に異常がないのなら、あとは屋敷の周りだけです。
わかりました。外を調べに行きましょう。まずはサンルームのあたりですね。危険ですから調べに行くのは私とシスターユイカ、それと青子、頼めますか？
エイリ神父、この風では私はあまりお役に立てないかと。耳が聞きません。
そうでしたね。しかし私はともかく青子を一人にするのは。
気にしないで。私は一人で身を守れるから。エイリの方こそ大丈夫？今日武装してないんでしょ？
それでしたら宗十郎君、お願いできますか？彼なら互いの呼吸を心得ていますので。
Mizuki nodded solemnly. Decision key. I think it's dangerous for her to go alone. Just to wait for all three to return.
待って青崎、私も行く。何言ってんのよクマ。外は危ないんだってば。いいからクマは飛び丸とロビーで待機していてよ。
As the protagonist, you push yourself into the situation because that's how stories go.
危ないのはあんたも同じでしょ。友人として一人で出歩かせることはできないわ。
I was like, he couldn't refuse when I put it like that. I wanted to watch her back, of course, but I had another reason too. Yes, we still sus you. I was like, he was currently the most suspicious survivor. It wasn't a good idea to let her go alone for multiple reasons. She was the killer, or sweethearts, or whatever, then our lives were in danger. If I didn't go with her, then it would cast more doubt on her later. Anyone could see how dangerous it was outside. Of course, I would have liked to stay with Tsukiji. Petty feelings like that were more important than my friendship with Aozaki.
オッケー、了解。でも絶対に私のそばから離れないでね。それでいいでしょ、エイリ。
ええ、実のところ私も青子に一人つけたかったのです。クマリさんなら適任でしょう。
Rather, Eddie seemed to be thinking along the same lines. He had a cool demeanor, but maybe he had genuine concern for Aozaki.
飛び丸、ユイカさんとアリスをよろしくね。20分探して何も見つからなかったら戻ってくるから。エイリ、外に出たら右手側からぐるっと一周してきて。私は左手側から見ていくから。
賢明です。行きますよ、宗十郎君。
宗十郎。
心配はこっちじゃなくクマリに。クマリ、枝が飛んでくるかもしれないから頭を低くしておくんだぞ。青崎はこういう時に限って不思議な効果を発揮するから、そうなったらフォローしてやってくれ。
The effective.
どういう意味よそれ。
To Shizuki and made my way outside with Aozaki. Storm was worse than I expected. Could barely keep my eyes open in this wind.
小鹿、手。
Aozaki extended her left hand towards me. I grabbed hold tightly, and was so cold it sent a shiver down my spine. As we rounded one side of the mansion, Aozaki stopped.
クマ、今何か光らなかった？何が？
Couldn't even open my eyes. Aozaki paused before speaking.
このまま屋敷の壁伝いに玄関まで戻ってて。さっきの光、間違いなくあいつだ。ダメだってば、青崎。一人になんな。
Failed to reach her. Aozaki ran away from the mansion into the darkness of the woods.
壁伝いに戻れって。そもそも屋敷まで戻れないわよ、バカ
Screamed out in frustration. Somehow she heard me.
何か言った、クマ。
Aozaki's voice came from the tree line.
だから私一人じゃまっすぐ屋敷まで戻れる。すぐ後ろが屋敷だってば。ちゃんと振り返れば。
He did.
しまった。そんなネタで釣られた、クマ。
Aozaki's words hung in the air as her body suddenly flew to one side. It's as if she was hit by a high-powered rifle. Or magic. She lay lifelessly on the ground. I know she looked in my direction before she burst out laughing. Behind me. Footsteps. I could barely make them out in the rain. I didn't have time to look back or think. I ran as fast as I could. I needed to get away from whatever was behind me. Sprinted into the deep dark forest, away from the mansion. My chest burned with exertion. I'd never pushed myself this hard, even during PE class. I thought I was a pretty good runner. It's amazing what humans could do when we think we're about to die. My mind began to wander, trying to escape the reality of the situation we're in. Suddenly, I felt like I was floating. Feet clicked wildly in the air. I seemed to be falling backward. Every breath was sent a painful spasm through my back. Reaching for my back, feeling like something was wrong, I touched something wet. Timidly looked at my hand. As much as I hated to admit it, my hand was strawberry red. I licked it. It tastes like iron. It lost over a liter of blood, and it kept flowing. Reality stops me from finishing my sentence. something was coming this way. At this point, I didn't really care. Sleep forever. Be captured by the killer. Either way. Apparently this is how my night would end. Did we get back there? Yeah. Okay, so we were supposed to let her go by herself, I guess. Let me load. Central Bookmark. That's the way 403 to return. That means that she's not the killer then. It's like he's not the killer. I should wait inside the mansion for all three of them to return.
それじゃあ行ってくる。20分探して何も見つからなかったら戻りましょう。
賢明です。行きますよ、宗十郎君。
This kid usually kept his distance from Father 80. There was nothing usual about it tonight. He kept pace at the priest's side, his head on a swivel. Waited for what felt like an eternity. Power still wasn't back on.
もう今夜中の復旧はないみたい。客室の配線は別系統だから、まだ電源が生きていればいいけど。
Rooms must have been added at a later date. All the older areas of the mansion, like the drawing room, hallways, and west wing, were pitch black.
待て、ベオはどこに行った？
そういえばどこにもいないけど。
I said it was his reflection outside. Well, he's
私が探してくる。みんなはここにいて。いい？決してユイカちゃんから離れちゃダメよ。
姉さん。
大丈夫よ、信頼して。これでも闇夜には慣れてるわ。
Jessica disappeared up the stairs to the second floor of the mansion. Decision Q. Come to think of it, there. What's this? Come to think of it. Don't know what you're thinking about. Come to think. Ah, fuck! My audio dead again. The capture card died again. Fuck. There's no signal. Nah, barely started. Okay. PvP again. Jeez. Yeah, let me save everything again. As much as I want to stay and finish the murder mystery, I have to take my leave now. Yeah, no worries. I'll see you later, Yupan. Might be better to just watch the rest of the VOD on YouTube. Thanks for joining. Come to think of it, Bear. Thinking about it. They were away for a while, so like, Ozaki, they could have murdered Mr. Tokitsu, Mr. Yamashiro too. After a long 20 minutes, Ozaki returned. She's back! She came back! Okay. She took off her raincoat and dried herself off with a towel.
いや、ひどい嵐だわこりゃ。もう風っていうより壁？周りの木が飛んでいってないのが不思議なくらい。まあ、プロイの仕業なんだから、それぐらいありなんだろうけど。
Ozaki explained that she had patrolled a loop of the entire mansion, starting from the left side. She didn't find anything in front of the sunroom.
それより、エイリと宗十郎は？
途中ですれ違わなかったのですか？
全然。外に出るとき、森の方が気になるとか言ってたけど。まさかあの二人、この嵐の中で森に入ったんじゃ。
Ozaki and Sister Yuiko exchanged concerned glances. Shizuki came back inside, looking sullen and dripping wet. Father Eiri wasn't with him.
すまない。目を離した隙に、エイリ神父がすごく面白いことに。
Shizuki was clearly downtrodden, but he'd made a bizarre choice of words.
しずきさん、まさかエイリ神父が。
そのまさかみたいね。あのエイリまでやられるなんて。
Oya fell silent. Shizuki was biting his lip, clearly ashamed of losing track of the priest and falling for the killer's trap.
宗十郎、その手に持ってるのなんだ?
Looking closer, I could see something long and fluffy in his hand, about 8 inches in length.
いや、館の東側、サンルームの前に落ちてたんだけど。
What is that? He held up what looked like a golden dog plushie. There was a strange pattern on its forehead.
5人目の犠牲者ね。
それベオ？じゃあ、あいつがサンルームの前にいた人影？
Was Bear?
うん。言われてみれば、確かにベオだったな。あれ？もしかしてあいつ、俺たちに助けを求めていたのか？
He was. What did that mean? We saw the killer outside the sunroom. Was made to laugh somehow, remembered we were inside, and tried to get our attention. Mitsuka was the one who warned us to stay away from Bear. She said she was used to dark nights. Did she know that the silhouette was Bear trying not to laugh?
ベオは何か見つけたのかもね。密かに一番頼りにしてたのに痛手だわ。それで宗十郎、エイリはどのあたりでやられたの？
西側の森だ。何か動くものがあるって森に入っていって、すぐに笑い声が聞こえてきた。その後、落雷のような悲鳴と滝のような血も降ってきて、見上げてみたら。
Everyone held their breath in anticipation, braced for the gruesome description of the priest's demise.
見上げたら？
木と木の間に蜘蛛の巣みたいにロープが張り巡らされていて、その中心でくねくねしたポーズで死んでた。なんか裸になってバラ加えて。
Instinctively, I turned to face the laughter behind me. She's dead. It all happened so quickly. Sister Yuika turned to stone as soon as she heard Shizuki's report.
ユイカさん石化して死んだ。
悲劇ね。生地耳で世界を捉える人だから、しずきくんの言葉をリアルにイメージできてしまったのよ。
Ah, because she's blind, she pictured it really.
俺は普段この人と神父がどんだけ険悪なのか気になって仕方がないが、ともかくこれで7人だ。一気に減ったな。
Fortunately for us, all the people who posed the greatest threat to the killer were gone. The clock approached 1 a.m. Yike! Oh, yike! Able to go to the drawing room. Some of us left behind were stuck standing in the foyer. Surprisingly dark in here. The guest rooms are probably better lit. I considered going there. Might look weird going by myself though. Aozaki's older sister, the 13th guest, really here? I couldn't go back to my room yet until that mystery was solved at least.
とりあえずユイカさんの彫像は部屋の隅に移動させよう。あれ、重いな。すごく重いぞユイカさん。飛び丸手伝ってくれ。
はいよ、俺後ろな。見た目通りいい曲線してやがんなユイカさん。シスター目当てで教会に通い詰める野郎が多いわけだ。
In this situation, Shizuki and Tsukichi were friendly. Couldn't believe how calm they both were. I felt like I was nearing a breaking point. If something jumped out at me, I was shocked before I died of laughter.
クマ、お茶でも入れてこようか。顔色真っ青よ。ありがとう。けどいらない。
First thing I wanted to have was to have to use the toilet. I was scared of venturing far into the mansion to find one.
お、余裕じゃない。その調子なら朝まで持ちそうね。エイリとユイカさんは残念なことになったけど、ある意味ちょっと安心した。このメンツなら気心知れてるし、疑い合うこともないしね。あとはトークを見つければ。
いえ、それには及ばないわ。ゲームはこれで終わり。今までよくやってくれたものね、アコちゃん。
リツカさん。
Voice came from the stairs. This guy returned from her search for Bear.
何よ、今のどういう意味？
だから芝居はもういいってことです。チェックメイトよアコちゃん。どうしてこんな強行に及んだのかは全然わからないけど、物的証拠が真実を示しているの。まだ断定はしないけど、十中八九あなたがスイーツハーツ最有力候補よ。
何言い出すのよバカリツカ。私がスイーツハーツだなんてそんなわけないじゃない。ないわよね。ないはずだと思うけど。
しらばくれるのもそこまで。ベオ君を探している時にあなたの部屋を見させてもらったわ。動かぬ証拠がそこにあるのよ。
あんたどうやって私の部屋に入ったのよ。鍵かけてあったでしょ。
私の数少ない特技、本格推理ピッキングです。
ないから。本格でピッキングはご法度だから。そんなんで人が必死に隠してた死体を見つけるとか反則じゃない。
I was like I was losing it. I stared at her silently.
いや、その
宗次郎、青崎の部屋は？
東館の2階の突き当たりだ。
What were you hiding? We followed Ritsuka to Aozaki's bedroom. A suspect tagged along, pouting and sulking.
ドアを開けるわ。
Ritsuka opened the door. We moved from a dark corridor to the equally dim bedroom. When I entered, I was greeted by the sight of a... a woman beautiful enough to make me question my sexuality. Clutching a microphone in one hand, cradling a huge bottle of liquor in the other, taking a satisfied eternal slumber. And the fuck? plastered with bizarre posters.
急性アルコール中毒。
これが動かぬ証拠よ、アコちゃん。いくらトコちゃんが邪魔だからってこんな恥ずかしい姿のまま放置しておくなんて。トコちゃん、私はプログレ派だなんて言ってたけど本当は演歌好きだったのね。しかもマイマイクまで持っちゃって。ああ、身内の恥すぎる。だから見せたくなかったのに。
That was this is what she was hiding, okay. Aozaki was squirming up a storm. However, this didn't change the fact that she concealed a victim.
そっか。思い返してみれば青崎は自分の部屋に誰も寄りつかないよう動いていたんだ。この人の死体が見つかったらいろいろと不便だから。
違うってば、私も被害者なんだって。昼過ぎに部屋に戻ってみたら姉貴がいきなり死んでるんだもん。そりゃ隠すでしょ普通。
残念だが青崎、お前さんの弁明はもう遅い。それならどうして13人目がいるかいないかを話し合っている時姉貴のことを話さなかったんだ。
だってあの時に切り出してもどうして黙っていたんだって追及されるじゃない。エイリとユイカさんからしてみれば私を弾劾する絶好の機会だし、それなら黙っていて私の手で犯人を捕まえようって。
そうかしら。
Does sound like something you could do.
13人目がいるって状態にしておけばアコちゃんが自由に暗躍できるからじゃないの。事実トコちゃんを探そうとしてベオくんもエイリさんもユイちゃんもリタイアしちゃったんだし。
だからそれはエイリたちが自滅しただけで。
悪いな青崎。クオンジの説明からするとスイーツハーツとやらは自分でもわからない犯人だ。こいつの正体を暴くには動機より状況証拠を優先しないといけない。現状最も今までの犠牲者たちを殺害できる可能性があったのはお前だ。
ええ、悲しいけどこれ推理なのよね。
Ryukichi and Ritsuka grabbed her arms. Shizuki casually helped.
どうするつもり？まさか疑わしきは殺すってわけ？落ち着いて隔離するだけよアコちゃん。犯人と思わしき者は警察が来るまで閉じ込めて強行をストップさせる。ミステリーの情動ね。外から鍵をかけられる監獄っぽい部屋はあるかしら、あっちゃん。
I don't think she's the culprit, actually.
それなら地下室があるわ。雪山のペンションにありそうな細い階段から直通の狭い部屋が。青子にはそこで一晩明かしてもらいましょう。
スキー跡！そのペンションの名前スキー跡とか言わないアリス。
青崎、お前さんがスイーツハーツでないにしろそこに閉じこもっていれば安全だろ。これは最後の保険でもあるんだ。観念して生贄になってくれ。
確かにそういう理屈になるわね。民主主義的に閉じ込められる隙を見せた私の負けってことか。
We should have locked her up from the start. Aozaki really was a sweetheart. Would die from any some bouts of comedy. And if she wasn't, she'd survive until the game was over. It wouldn't protest her if they were labeled prime suspect. It felt awful to be the one handing down a verdict. Us had to be unlucky enough to take the fall.
でもこれだけは言っておくわ。相手はとんでもない切れ者よ。もしかしたら本当に姿のない13人目はいるかもしれない。最後まで気を抜かないで。
So Aozaki's last words. After shutting her in the cellar and locking her from the outside with a padlock, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not sure about that. Not sure about that. I'm not sure about that.
これでやっと眠れるわ。それじゃあみんなおやすみなさい。
Ritsuka disappeared up the west wing stairs.
私も休ませてもらうわ。しずきくんはエイリ神父にあてがっていた部屋を使って。夜が明けるまでしずきくんの部屋は使えないから。
あ、そうだった。ありがとう、アリス。
Skonji and Shizuki retired to their respective rooms. It was just us left. I mustered up the courage to look at Tsukiji.
くまり、話ちょっとだけいいか。
築地、少しだけ話さない？
We smiled at each other. We both had the same idea, actually. 2 a.m. Things had gotten really out of hand tonight. It was an ungodly hour. The storms raging outside seemed to portend the end of the world. If we laugh, we die. Yet here I am with a guy I'd had a crush on for 3 years.
お茶を入れられるな、ここ。くまりは紅茶でいいか。
コーヒー、すごく苦いの。砂糖入れないで。
そりゃ豪気だ。甘みは必要ねってか。
Sounded a little sarcastic. I know he didn't mean it that way.
話って人物 A のこと？
おう、まだ解決とは言えないからな。くまりだって青崎が 100% 星だと思ってねえだろ。
Asked me a coffee. Slowly brought it to my mouth before taking a sip. That's right, I didn't. I think she's gonna die, by the way. Because she locked up, so she's perfectly isolated for the culprit to find her. We're both on the same page.
青崎が該当するのは確かだけど、それを言うなら律香さんもしずきもだしね。信頼できるのはクオンジさんと、事件が起きてからずっと一緒にいた私たちぐらいじゃない？
ああ、クオンジは信用できねえだろ。あいつ基本的にプロイとやらの味方じゃねえか。
そうなの？確かにずっと中立っぽい態度だったけど、根拠は？
犯人探しをする気がないっていうのと、そうだな。勘で申し訳ないんだが、人物 A とやらに肩入れしている気がする。
そりゃそうでしょう。プロイってクオンジさんの持ち物なんだし、もう人物 A はプロイが化けてるんだし、だから中立だったんじゃない？
いや、そっちじゃない。今動いているプロイにじゃなくて、使ったやつに対してだよ。だってあいつ怒ってなかっただろ。自分の持ち物が勝手に使われたっていうのに。
Alice should be mad about that.
Oh.
Does that mean Miss Konji knew who the killer was?
知らないとは思うぜ。だが、あえて口にしていないことはあるだろうな。例えば、スイーツハーツとやらの詳しい特徴だ。リデルの口ぶりからすると、使う人間にはある種の特徴がありそうだった。スイーツハーツは誰にでも使えるもんじゃねえと思う。ほら、妖刀とか名刀とかで持ち物が持ち主を選ぶって言うじゃねえか。あんな感じでな。
You certain something, you use it. But the thing really choose who uses it? If so, did that mean Miss Konji was supporting, empathetic to it?
しかし、今更だけどな。くまり、俺とコンビでよかったのか？
That came out of nowhere. I tried my best to stay calm as I answered.
それはいい。私、築地のこと信頼してるし。
いや、この場合まずいだろ、それ。今夜に限っちゃ、信頼しているやつほど危ねえじゃねえか。
そうね。疑ってかかるぐらいがちょうどいい。
そういうこと。この事件で一番信用しちゃならねえのは自分だ。だから常に客観的に監視している相棒がいないと無実が証明できない。リデルのやつが二人一組で行動しようって言い出したのはそのあたりも含めてだろうよ。一心同体、スイーツハーツとはよく言ったもんだ。
What really out behind us?
じゃあ築地は誰が一番怪しいと思ってる？
全員平等だぜ。怪しいってんなら俺はまだ時津のじいさんの死体が本物かどうかさえ 保留してるしな。青崎が自分の部屋を隠していたことも、ありゃ真犯人にうまくはめられたんじゃないかって思ってる。一番の強敵を真っ先に封じに来た結果かもしれん。
青崎がはめられた？
ああ、事実上あの行動力の塊みたいな女が自分の部屋を隠すことで手一杯だっただろ。それに妙なこと言ってたじゃねえか。青崎の姉貴がいつああなったか。くまりはどう思う？
I think it was this time. 3:30 to 4 is when we went to sleep. She was already... I think Toko Aozaki was the first victim.
ああ、そう考えないと青崎の行動はおかしい。青崎は午前中は街で買い物をしていた。青崎姉はあいつが部屋を留守にしている間、くまりたちを連れて一息ついて部屋に戻るまでの間に殺されたと見るべきだろ
う。15時半頃、私2階廊下で青崎とすれ違ったけど、あの時東館の奥、青崎の部屋は煙火地獄になってたわけね。
まあ断定できない以上、憶測は憶測でしかねえけどな。それよりだ、くまり。ネックはいつ殺したかじゃなく、どうやって殺したかだと思わねえか。山城にしろ営利神父にしろ、あの鉄仮面たちを笑わせられるのはよっぽどのセンスだ。殺害可能時間は平等にあっても、そのセンスだけは限られる。この点で言えば、まあ宗十郎やらベオやら木の実やらは除外される。
What about the bird? I still think the bird could do something. Thinking she had latched onto something big. Why hadn't anyone else thought of that? Horse-kiss jokes only made people cringe. I didn't even understand the concept of humor. As for Shizuki, I've met planks of wood that get jokes quicker. Our discussion carried on until nearly 3 AM. I yawned. I was by no means relaxed, just exhausted. For everything that's happened, I'd be surprised if anyone had any real energy left.
夜更かししすぎたな。そろそろ眠り時だがどうする？念には念だ。俺もそこのソファーで眠るってのもありだが。
Was clearly on guard for sweethearts disguised as Aozaki or someone else. I yawned again. Crash. As long as I lock the door, but then I won't be able to sleep. Yeah, we're not sleeping. Should be safe as long as the door is locked, but we still had other things to worry about.
いい。ここまで来たらあと少しだし、だいたい全員を疑えって言ったの築地じゃん。
そうだったな。俺も容疑者の一人だった。さすがくまり、余計な心配だったぜ。
Pikachu turned to the door, ready to leave. I tried to say something.
関係ないけど、ひどい一日だったのに、築地はなんか満足そうね。
What was I saying? I was just embarrassing myself.
何人も死んで、自分も殺されかけた一日か。確かにひでえ一日だった。
I'd have picked the wrong choice. Luckily, you took my question seriously.
けどまあ、なんだかんだと楽しかったからな。くまりもそうじゃなかったのか？
His considerate reply was very reassuring. I almost forgot my anxiety.
意外。築地はこういうの鼻で笑うかと思った。
そりゃ見込み違いだったな。こういうバカ騒ぎ好きなんだよ、俺。ふざけた人生を送りたいんでな。
何それ。幻滅。
It's being serious. Reminded me of the time I first realized I had fallen for him. Tsukichi was an amazing person, but he was squandering his potential. He didn't want glory or to move up in the world. It felt like such a waste of human capital. I could never do that. How long had I been watching him wanting to kick his butt into gear?
こっちも今更だけど、築地割と人付き合い悪いじゃない？なのにどうして私とは普通に話すの？
そりゃお前さん、親にも教師にも頼らず6年間一人で戦ってきたやつには敬意を表すだろう。じゃあな、朝になったらロビーで会おうぜ。
With that, the room went quiet again. For some reason, I felt a tight squeezing sensation in my chest.
なんだかんだと。くまりもそうじゃなかったのか？
Tsukichi's words replayed themselves over and over in my head. That's right. Maybe it had been fun. Skip to the next day. Look up to the sound of birds chirping. The clock read 5:30. Sun was beginning to peek over the horizon. The ability to rise early was one of my few strong points, so I must have been really exhausted. I foggily examined my wrinkled clothes in the mirror. My body was still asleep. I was too tired to even make tea, so I just grabbed my wallet and card case off the table. The case contained my computer pass, and some pictures I took each year. I had a rare shot of Aozaki making a fool of herself at this year's school festival. She either drank champagne thinking it was a soft drink, or someone slipped alcohol in the juice cocktail. Next thing I knew, she was all hyper, yelling about wearing someone else's clothes. I got a great shot of her with my disposable camera. I loved that photo so much I carried it with me in my card case everywhere I go. Whenever I felt down, it always cheered me up to look at it and remember how adorable Aozaki could be. It was a side of herself that nobody who knew her would ever expect. Especially her comedic side. Wait a second. I just think something I really shouldn't have. That would be incredibly bad to bring up now.
そうだ。みんなは？
I riffled through my overnight bag to see if anything might be of use. Turns out the stuff I brought to cook with was worth bringing. I hovered over the wok or the cleaver, ultimately deciding to take the wok with me. I went out into the hallway. The air was slightly cooler than the inside the guest room. Silence had fallen over the mansion once again. There was no sound, no sign of life. It was like the storm never happened. Tsukichi's room was empty. Shizuki wasn't in Father Iudi's room. Nobody was in Ritsuka's room either. I called out into the void of the West Wing, got no response. I was alone. I headed down into the basement where Aozaki was confined. Down a narrow staircase to a door. The padlock had been broken clean cut from the outside.
Aozaki.
I braced myself for whatever was to come and opened the door. Inside the tiny cellar, I saw a dead body lying face down. The beautiful long hair was all I needed to see to know it was Aozaki. She wasn't breathing. She had scrawled something with her left hand in her last moments. It was a dying message written in blood. I could feel the disdain in her words.
やっぱりって言うな。
やっぱり。
Aozaki wasn't the killer. It was unclear when she was murdered. Whoever the killer was broke the lock, made her laugh, nonchalantly went upstairs and... Tried to control my breathing and racing mind. Everyone was dead. Everyone was dead. Probably only the killer and I were left. The sun was already up. Not completely. If the rules said it ended in the morning, then the game wasn't over yet. I had to get out of here now and figure out who the killer was. There was no winning this unless I did something. Everyone was dead. Let's heading back now. Alright. I think here is where we guess who the killer is. All I should try to do is who the killer is.
落ち着け。もう条件は揃ってる。
Control my breathing and began to organize the facts in my head. I didn't have a decisive answer to the killer's motive, method, or identity. There was only one thing I knew for sure. Tsukiji has said it many times. It's not about who committed the murders, but who could have committed the murders. First murder looked his capture and death by explosion. Could exclude the following suspects: me, Miss Konji, Tsukiji, Osuke, Father Evi, and Sister Yuko. Second murder, Mr. Yamashiro's fabulous funeral. Impossible to rule any suspects out. Stretch, we could maybe exclude Miss Konji. We don't know when Mr. Yamashiro was killed, because we were all looking around after Tokitsu's murder. It's unlikely the murder was committed within that 10-minute gap. We couldn't rule out completely. Third murder, Scan Riddle. Yes. The fourth murder, Air. It can't have been me, because I didn't search for Aozaki's sister. It could have been Tsukiji, Shizuki. Let's go. Fifth murder, Father Edie's web. Foyer, so it couldn't have been me, Tsukiji, Itsuko, Miss Konji. Sixth murder, the Eureka statue. This one didn't matter either. The seventh murder, Elder Aozaki's death by alcohol poisoning. This might actually have been the first murder in the first timeline. We could exclude maybe only Miss Konji barely. It's everything I knew. It came down to simple process of elimination. Who was the invisible killer that made everyone laugh? I think the killer must be. I have to pick out of this. It can't be Ritsuko. I think it's the old man.
ダメ、根拠が薄い。これで指摘したら私がアウトだ。
Didn't know who the killer was. We were the only ones left in the mansion. Guess it ended up being eliminated. I was finished. In that case, maybe I should just make a run for it and win the game that way. It's a bad end, I think.
あなた。
Sojiro? A shadowy figure crept up behind me, raised its hand as if to say hello.
我々は宇宙人だ。
Primitive directness of his greeting caught me off guard.
しずき、あんたが犯人だったの？
そうだ。我々はやったぜやったぜ。
いや、その演技はいいから。
Struggled to inject calm into my voice and to keep my arms and legs from shaking. The voice really was something. So much that I was more concerned with making it stop than who done it or how done it.
我々は火星人だ。
そういう話でもなくて、いいから真面目に話せバカ。私笑っちゃったからもうすぐ死ぬのよ。せめて最後にどうしてこうなったのかをぶちまけて。
すまないが、それは説明できない。俺が話せるのは俺の事情だけだからだ。
What's that supposed to mean? This kid could only talk about himself. Does that mean there was someone else?
くまり、君にわかるだろうか。1年間ひたすら冗談のセンスがないと言われ続けた男の気持ちが、パーティーを盛り上げようと勇気を振り絞るたびにお呼びじゃないと突っ返される男の気持ちが。
よし、わかった、ぶん殴る。
I didn't even want to think about this anymore. Wait, did he seriously do all this to prove he had a sense of humor? I'd say he failed the moment he put on the ridiculous disguise. Was that any reason to help a murderer?
でもそれで笑うのは青崎とクオンジさんぐらいよ。そんな一発芸で笑う文明人が他にいるはずがない。
いや、でもくまりは。
本当にぶん殴るわよ。
ごめんなさい、なんでもないです。
あれでしょ、築地たちを笑わせたのは青崎の写真でしょ。
そうだ、あれこそ切り札だ。同時にそれは俺への報酬でもある。
The guys who knew Aozaki would laugh at that picture of her. Particularly Mr. Yamashiro, Tsukiji, and Father Airi.
つまり犯人は。
Tried to speak, but the words didn't come out. I had played right into Sweetheart's hands. The killer, Shizuki, was the last person left standing. Failed to guess correctly and still stood there, blank. I was just one step away. I almost figured it all out. If I just focused more in the evening, thought it through a bit more. Shizuki, of course you bastard. Of course you bastard.
ダメ、根拠が薄い。あなた。
我々は宇宙人だ。
Am I laughing? We're still dead, I think.
しずき、あんたが犯人だったの？
Skip red text. Control settings.
そうだ、我々はやったぜ。我々は火星人。
そう、いい、また。
すまん、俺が。くまり、1年パーティー。
よ。でも、そんな一発。
いや、で、
ご
めんなさい。そうだ、同時に。
つまり。
So we needed to, I think, more time. So actually, I thought so. Well, going to sleep was bad. So let's the triple park. Swap here. No helping it then. That's how it's gotta be, then there's no helping it now.
そうよね。万が一の時便利だし。私はほら兄貴が売るほどいるから、男子と一緒の部屋とか多分慣れてるし。
そりゃ頼もしい。じゃソファーを借りるぜ。いい加減俺も気を張り続けて疲れた。くまりがいるならちっとは安心して眠れる。
Tsukiji quickly fell asleep after raising his hand to wave goodnight. I looked at him all wrapped up in a blanket.
何それ。
Seeing him fall asleep so quickly helped me feel relaxed too. I definitely didn't want to get excited in a situation like this. so I was beat. I didn't have any pajamas and didn't feel like changing anyway. For comfort, I did remove my wallet and card case from my pockets and place them on a table, while sliding them under a blanket fully clothed. I couldn't fall asleep as fast as Tsukiji, but I could feel myself drifting off already, into a deep, deep sleep. I just hear laughter next to me. Up to the sound of birds chirping. Clock read 5:30. Okay. I went to sleep in the same room as him. I finally realized that he wasn't where I'd last seen him. There was nobody on the sofa, just his clothes. They were laid out neatly like they were on display. It was like he'd shrunk so small he'd disappeared, or melted away somewhere. Maybe he wanted to die by completely vanishing.
Tsukiji?
I tried touching his clothes. I touched his blanket and the sofa. His warmth had long since faded. My card case had fallen around where his hand might have been. I could guess what happened. He never really fell asleep. He pretended to, so I'd relax. And he stayed up to watch over me all night. This was a locked room murder. It's clear what the murder weapon is. I was finally close to figuring out who the killer was too. Picked up my card case and left the room feeling empty inside. So sorry, Tsukiji. As I was like his friend, of course he'd laugh at that photo. It was quiet. Yeah, it was crisp. My mind was so blank I'd almost laughed. Tsukiji's room was clean and tidy. Other 80's room was clean and tidy. Bitsuka's room was clean and tidy.
誰か生きている人。
I yelled into the void of the West Wing, but no one responded. Aren't you spot on? Something was wrong. This mansion was now the cleanest, quietest place in all of Misaki. It was over. I went down to the basement where Aozaki was confined. Down the staircase door. Yeah, it's gonna be the same. Yep. Whoever the killer was broke the lock, made Aozaki laugh, nonchalantly went upstairs and cut off my means of escape. They were going to show up soon. They must have been hiding somewhere waiting for me to come down into the basement. The stairs were the only way out. The killer followed me down here. I was trapped.
まあ、もうどうでもいいか。
I was at a dead end. Game over. Victory to the real killer. Thoughts were interrupted by the sounds of footsteps. Footsteps of death. So that's a dead end too. No. Oh, the killer is me. Hey, I had suspected it. Continue. Okay. Virtual bookmark. Yo, yes. Can we try?
落ち着け。もう条件はダメ。根拠があなた。
我々は宇宙人だ。
It's not me. Okay. The British choice. Can we go before that? Yeah. I think it'll be best to run away until the morning.
あれ
Something fell off for a second there. It was as if my decision was completely different from the words that came to my mouth.
それどころじゃない。早く逃げないと。
Did we pick the run? It'd be best to run away until morning. Decision was completely different with the words that came out of my mouth. What? What's my decision though? Game would end if I could just keep from getting caught into sunrise. As long as I survive, sweethearts wouldn't win. Storm was over. We just make it to the city. Everything would go back to normal.
嘘。
I'd been heading down here all this time, so how'd I end up behind the mansion? Ah, the ground distorted. My senses went haywire. I crumbled. Must have done something wrong. Suddenly, a voice whispered in my ear.
皆殺しおめでとう
It's a voice of terror I'd never heard before, yet it sounded so familiar. But that didn't work either.
Oh, 落ち着け。もう条件は揃ってる。
Because I guessed both him and myself already. Is that alright? If I guess Shizuki, it doesn't do anything.
ダメ。根拠が薄い。これで指摘したら私がアウトだ。あなたは
Didn't change anything.
ダメ。根拠
I'm just gonna pick everyone.
あなた
Unless I actually needed
我々は宇宙人だ
somehow. How do I get more information though? Can't go backwards, huh? Go. Let's go bookmark. Yeah, that was right. This one. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. I was right. Okay, that should be right. Could have been this one, I suppose. This is a horror movie. This will be the part that gets us killed. After a long 20 minutes, Awazaki returned. She took off raincoat and dried us up with a towel.
それよりエイリと宗十郎は途中ですれぜまさか
すまない
しずきさんそう
いや館の
5人目の犠牲
うんいやあれ
ベンは何か見つけたのかもね。それで宗十郎、エイリはどのあたりでやられたの？
とりあえず
Yep, this is the same. Okay. Name.
これでやっと眠それじゃみん
私もしずきくん
あそう
くまり。
築地。コーヒー。
そりゃ豪気だ。
Trying to find the good
話っ
ending.
て。
Like, I don't have enough information apparently.
青崎が信頼できるの。
あいつ
そう。
犯人勘で申し訳ない。い
そりゃ。
や、だってあいつ
おう。
知らないとは思うぜ。例えばスイーツハーツとほら。しかし
それはいい。
いや、今夜。
そうね。
そういうこと。リデルのやつが
じゃあ築地は
青崎が自分。
青崎が。
ああ、それに妙なこと言ってたじゃねえか。青崎の姉貴が。
Skip the choice. Yeah, it would have been this one, right? Surely.
ああ、そう考えないと。まあ、断定できない以上、憶測。それよりだ、くまり。ネック。山城にしろ、営利神父にしろ。殺害可能時間。
Because yeah, that's not something big. Why didn't anyone saw that? Let's get joke that makes me which cringe. Okay, yep. Yep, we read that already. Okay.
So.
Dead end. Yep, that's a dead end.
落ち着け。もう条件は揃ってるはず。ダメ、根拠が薄い。
Everybody soldier, right? The fuck, man? Look it up. I can't be bothered going around in circles trying to pick the right answer. Pick all the choices in order? Jeez. Of information. So when I pick Shizuki, it give me a choice. Okay, I missed a choice in the middle somewhere. What did I miss? we need to. Keep going? Nope. Okay. Ah, there we go. Okay, okay. That should work. Mission J. What about a J? Holy shit. I picked the wrong one. Who did I pick here? I picked what I said didn't add up. Yeah. Okay, this is annoying. We're gonna skip ahead. Alright. Let's get started at that up. Thank God for a skip button. Pick Widow's alibi, yes. Let's leave it alone. Sounds dangerous. Most things. Sounds dangerous. Focus on how the phone line was cut. What are best to tackle the problem now?
それじゃあ各自自分の部屋に。ちょっと待って。その前に確かめたいことがある。みんな、今日のゲストは何人か分かってる？
何人かって。
それは。
何？
So we still go over the number of people.
どういうことか説明。
そうね。
I
最
didn't
終的
change
ちなみに私は
how the phone number was cut.
私はエイリとユイカさん、木の実と飛び丸。
Didn't change.
自分はクマリと最後に余ったのをとても名前を口にできない。
なるほど。ところで宗十郎。
いや、だって。
Okay, that did change. I thought it would change something. Okay. It's best for wait all three to return. Yes, we died last time, so.
それじゃあ行ってくる。
You. Come to think of it, Bear, yes. Sure about that. This one. 2 to 4 p.m. Yes. I was right here.
まあ、断定できない以上、憶測。
As long as I lock the door. Yep. Let's try to guess.
Dame. 根拠が。あなたは。
Okay. Is it even further than that? How far back is it? Holy shit, okay. Just something random. So that is just something completely meaningless. Honestly, I didn't mean anything by it. It wasn't even some idea, just a whim of a flight of fancy.
ちょっと落とし物したかも。外を探してくるから、先に今に行っていて。
外に戻るの？それなら私も行くわ。
何言ってんだよ会長。落とし物したのは小鹿の同志だろ。会長関係ねえじゃん。それより今に来てくれよ。会長がいないとアリスちゃんに何話していいか分かんないよ。
でもクマ一人には。
青崎くん、とりあえず今まで案内してくれません？このロビーちょっと冷えますので。
いやでもゲストを一人っきりにするわけには。
いいって気にしないで、すぐに戻るから。ホウスケ、荷物返して。やっぱり自分で持つ。
Left the others behind and headed outside. Mostly I wandered the woods near the mansion, gawking like a tourist. No one was around and the sky was getting increasingly cloudy. Strange, I felt like someone was watching me. Position C. Curious, should check it out. Time to find out who that was. It went against my better judgment, but I decided to track down whoever had been watching me. To the rear of the mansion where there was a small tree thicket. It looked only slightly better than kept than the woods surrounding the estate. Saw a woman. She looked terribly out of place.
おや、君も今日のゲスト？
Would have found her if we went and did something random. Instinctively, I backed away. That was how overwhelming her presence was. Leaves crinkled and crunched as my heels trampled them. During my hasty retreat, the woman watched me with amusement, as if observing a small animal.
いやー、ゲストには何の期待もしていなかったんだが、いるじゃないか。私好みの目の保養が。いいね。青子も気が利くようになったもんだ。これなら退屈はしなさそうだよ。
The way she looked at me was a little, incredibly off-putting. Where are the police when you need them?
そう警戒するな。私も君と同じゲストだ。仲良くしよう。しかし、何事か始まる前に周囲の地形を確認に来る人間が私の他にいるとはね。うん、気に入った。気に入ったし可愛いので大サービスしてあげよう。私は普段よく見えない。私は青崎の部屋にいる。そして私は犯人ではない。
え？
切り札になるからあまり口外しないようにね。
With those strange words, the woman walked off in the direction of the mansion. I didn't feel like following her, so I re-entered the house from the front door. It's in the foyer. I could hear laughter coming from the east wing drawing room to my right. I'd kept Aosaki waiting long enough. Picking up my luggage, I made my way over. Okay, now here everything should be as normal. Aosaki was waiting in the east wing.
待たせた？別に。私も今のところやることないし。とりあえず中に入って。顔見知りばっかりだけど、一応挨拶はしておかないとね。
It's Aosaki for you. Always likes to do things properly. With her characteristic sincerity on full display, she turned the doorknob. The moment I entered, I had to stop myself from jumping out of my skin. Okay, yeah, this will be the same. The rain's going to get worse.
寒っ。ここ外より寒くない？
Numbers are off. I didn't pick this last time. Last time I picked, I don't know where Shizuki went. Something horrible is about to happen. Something crazy about to go down, okay. Something crazy about to go down. I think that changes anything. Some kind of bread. Broadly speaking, I think the weapon was used as bread.
え？何って一目瞭然でしょ？ 手と足と顔にダイナマイトつけたんじゃないの？
Okay. Same. You can focus on Tokisu's death. I picked a different choice here. Well. Thought about it and concluded that Yurihiko Tokisu's death was what we had to focus on now.
どうかしら。そうはいかないと思うわよ。木の実くんやリデルさんはともかく、時津さんは無理やり誰かに笑わされた。それにあっちゃんはこう言ったわ。使用者が定めた条件だって。
Okay, that should be the same. Aozaki's story doesn't add up.
ほとんどや。
Here's the key.
私は午後の業務を済ませ。
This guy's story doesn't add up. Is this same? Yes. Same. You could check Riddle's alibi. Yes, I picked that last time. Leave it alone. Down, dangerous. Focus on our hut. Best to wait for all three to return. So sure about that one. Between 2 and 4.
まあ、断定できない以上、憶測は憶測でしかねえけどな。それよりだ、くまり。山城にしろ営利し、殺害可能時間は平等にあっても。夜更かししすぎた。
What was the locked door?
いい。
Nothing
ここまで
changed.
来たら。
Try to guess. Shizuki. Here we go. It was that scene. I was doing something random at the start. Holy shit, man. If the facts were pointing to anyone, it was him. He knew this mansion inside and out. He'd been helping out with the birthday party, so he could move about freely without raising suspicion. But the biggest piece of evidence, the glaring discrepancy between his and Miss Koenji's alibis. Shizuki said he was in the mansion in the morning, but that's not what his landlady said. She said that no one was around to help, so she locked the place up herself. If she did that on a regular basis, she wouldn't have bothered to mention that. Miss Koenji wanted either Shizuki or Aozaki to lock the doors. Aozaki said she was in town from that morning. It's likely why her sister was able to enter the room. Shizuki lied about being in a mansion at that time.
決め手がそれだけっていうのがなんとも弱いけど。
Felt that there was more I could pin on him, but I wasn't sure what right now. I had to find Shizuki before morning, before someone was
あ
behind
ん
me.
たが犯人ね、
Yes. I took up my trusty wok and swung it as hard as I could before he could lay a hand on me. It connected. Hard. Harder than it should have. Shizuki. I saw him briefly. I knew it was him. He collapsed to the ground. A strange item tumbled on the floor. It was the kind of cheap fake glasses and nose you'd find in any bag of party favors.
そんなんで笑わせるとかあり？
The only ones who were Miss Koenji, who didn't get out much. And Aozaki, who thought so much of Shizuki. I started running. As long as I've guessed the killer correctly, I've beaten the game. Maybe Shizuki would recover and come after me. I decided to escape through the foyer. I could make it to the forest outside I'd been. It had to be morning by now. It's still dark outside. What? Oh. How is it still dark out? Resentful female voice croaked from the foyer. What, female? What was it? I thought Shizuki was the killer. Run. I was confused, but I could still run. I tripped and fell. As I stood up, I tried to take a second to think. I was mistaken. The game was still on. If that was true, then Sweet's Hearts had won. Shizuki was the killer. I was sure of it. I said it out loud, and I was still alive, wasn't I? What are the rules? If you accuse someone and you're wrong, you die. As long as I was still alive, Shizuki had to be the killer. Was I wrong? Was I missing something?
さっきの犯人当て、あれがヒントなのは間違いない。考えるんだ。順序立てて、そもそも何が原因なのか。
I heard footsteps getting louder. Morning was almost here. It's my last and only chance. Is there a second killer? Is that it? Two types of birdies? Me too. Yeah, two. It's impossible to explain some things if there was only one method. What if there were two? Consider the nature of the murders. It could be divided up into the times the killer made the victim laugh. At times when the victim saw a dead body and laughed. Oscar Riddle, Sister Yuka, fell in the latter self-destructive category. It might have applied to another victim too. Bear. He died outside in the sunroom after he laughed. There was nothing in the sunroom that could have made him laugh. It was unlikely anything had been set up in the forest. Not when the weather was so bad. So the trap must have been laid inside, but not in the sunroom. About above the sunroom, on the second floor. Aozaki's bedroom was directly above the sunroom. So someone had asked Bear to look into Aozaki's room from the outside. And then Bear had seen something. Toko out of her mind, dead drunk. He knew Toko well. There was definitely a chance he'd laugh if he saw her like that. It was ingenious as traps went. Either way, even if he didn't laugh, the person who asked him simply told him to check, so that it wouldn't seem suspicious. But only make people suspect Aozaki sooner.
殺害方法は2種類あったんだ。犯人による直接的な方法と、その後の犠牲者を利用した二次災害。それと同じように。
Two killers. Bill's suggestions. Yukiji's suspicions. Teams of two. Intimate betrayal. Two minds, one body. Sweet Hearts, the prayer folklore. In retrospect, it was such a revealing name. If Sweet referred to its pudding body, then what about Heart?
人間だ。敵は複数形だった。
There were two Sweet Hearts. In this game, the killer and prime suspect had to be separate people. The prime suspect used a ploy, while their accomplice carried out the killings. Shizuki merely played the role of the suspect. I'd guessed correctly, but I hadn't seen the full picture. That must be while I wasn't out of the woods yet, so to speak.
待ってそれならもう答えは明白。あとはほらあの問題を検証すればいいだけだ。
Could activate a ploy. That could have caused what happened. I consider who could have activated the ploys. What the suspect was. The hours? I'm just gonna check the guide. Okay. Is there a simple explanation? Because I might have been wrong all along right now. Because everything happened the way I decided it should. Could only be. The fact that everything had gone just the way I thought was proof above all that I was sweethearts. Sweethearts, I couldn't remember anything that worked against me. To look at this objectively. Who activated the ploy kickshaw on the day of the party? The answer was no one. Koichi personally locked the room where she stored her ploys. No one could possibly break inside. As long as there weren't any special tricks, we could eliminate that possibility internally. Entirely. It was only logical. Therefore, if someone took the ploy, they had to have done it before today. They would have broken in before she locked the vault. But someone had accidentally come on the first day of the long weekend. They had the opportunity. So why did they come on the first day by mistake? Simple, the invitation itself was wrong. A birthday party will be held at the start of the long weekend. The blockhead who wrote that on the invitations sent them out to 3 people in total. Of those people, Toko Aozaki probably had it all figured out. She laughed at something she wasn't expecting, so that took care of her. That was Mr. Yamashiro. He said he'd gotten his invitation that morning. Everyone else had received theirs before that. Highly likely it was delivered directly to his mailbox instead of being mailed. If Shizuki was working with the prime suspect, then they likely edited the invitation. Shizuki became an accomplice that first day, and then invited Mr. Yamashiro on the morning of the second day. It's to hide the fact that the prime suspect was incidentally invited to on the first day. Mr. Yamashiro wasn't just invited to be killed, but to act as an alibi for the culprit. Then there was me. So sure, the party would be on the first day of the long weekend. Based on all this information, the only people who could have activated the ploy were me and Shizuki. I could only imagine the kind of hospitality he must have offered Kojika Kumari for suddenly showing up on the wrong day. But it wasn't unreasonable that he'd put out tea and snacks for a fellow schoolmate. The problem is, where did Shizuki obtain those snacks from? That's
気づいちゃったか。もう少しで私の勝ちだったのに、あの子も予想以上にうまくやっていたんだけどな。
Then, from the mansion, another me appeared from the mansion. The one who had been Shizuki chasing me. Got up off my knees to face my other self. She nodded yes, admitting defeat.
そういうあなたもスイーツハーツだけどね。私は彼に化けていた方で、あなたは彼女に化けていた方。でもあなたはクマリコジカと完全に同じだから、スイーツハーツとしての記憶を持ってるのは私だけだけど。あっそ。じゃあ消えて。これでゲームクリアでしょ。もうじき完全に日が昇るわ。いいの？クリアしちゃって。このままならあなたの勝ちなのに。勝者の報酬は惜しくないの？何それ。聞いてない。どういうこと？クマリコジカが私を食べるとき、何を願って、何を迷っていたかって話。終わりたくない。もっと今が、この半熟卵みたいな曖昧な生活が続けばいいと思ったでしょ？なんで高校生活は3年だけなのか。どうして自分はあんな無駄な時間を過ごしたのか。なんで素直になれなかったのか。そういうの全部ひっくるめて叶えてあげるのが私。願掛け卵思春期限定女の子限定のプロイキッシャースイーツハーツなの。どう？納得いった？納得なんていくわけないでしょ。脳書きはいいし、何があったかなんて知りたくもないから。
もうおしゃべりはたくさん。ノータイムでリセットよ。あんたはここで。
だって私の使用条件は片思。
At the end of the day,
消えて。犯人はしずき、使用者は私、くまり小鹿よ。
そんな女の子にあるまじき。
wasn't anything left to wish for. Tsukichi was dead. I woke up to find myself on a wooden floor.
あれ、私なんでこんなところに？
I slowly picked myself up. This was the hall of the Kuonji estate. The grandfather clock told me it was almost 7 in the morning. At the edge of the foyer was a woman dressed like a nun, collapsed on the floor like me. She was just asleep. The mansion was quiet, but I could hear several noises if I strained my ears. There was the clinking of kitchenware. Footsteps down the corridors, all doors creaking. And
おい、どうなってんだこれは。なんで俺らクオンジの家で寝てんだ。起きろ木の実、話聞かせろ。
Suddenly a voice echoed from the second floor. Somehow the tightness in my chest lightened, and I stood up. To be honest, I was relieved. I glanced down and saw something like an eggshell and a note. There were just a few words on the note, scribbled in pink crayon.
恋に生きたっていいんじゃない？
は？
Stupid sweet spring. Even after you're dead, you're still a pain in the ass. Besides, I was too passive to do that. That's how I fell for your trap to begin with.
だよね。
Sweetheart's tone was lively, yet strangely encouraging. Cracks began forming in the eggshell. Then it crumbled. Taking everything, even my memories with it.
あれ、なんかあった気がするんだけど。
I picked up the note from front of me and frowned at it. Irritated by the presumptuous, obnoxious scribbling, I crumpled it up. After a moment's hesitation, stowed it in my pocket.
お、クマリも来てるじゃねえか。どうなってんだこりゃ。パーティーの開始、午前中に変更したのか。
There's a commotion coming from the stairs. Plus the face of a guy I hadn't heard was coming. I quickly turned away and checked myself into a nearby mirror. Good, nothing out of place.
どうなってるか聞きたいのはこっちの方よ。クオンジさんの誕生会って本当に今日なの？招待状の日付間違えてたんじゃ。ってあれ？
Where's deja vu coming from? Must have been my imagination. It was awfully rare to have a birthday party out at the Kuonji estate. High school days were numbered. Season would be over before we knew it. I had to make sure I finished it with no regrets.
お、小鹿じゃん。お前も呼ばれたわけ？
Shit, we're almost at 5 hours.
アリスちゃんと面識あったのかよ。
そりゃあるわよ。青崎と友達やってれば。てか少しは落ち着けホウスケ。あんたガキの頃から成長ないんだから。
おうおう、さすが幼なじみ。仲がいいことで。その調子で木の実をしつけてやれよ、くまり。周りと何より本人のためになるぜ。
いや、奥積まれたってお断り。労働と報酬が釣り合わないし、私無駄骨折ってる時間ないし。こいつ叩いても叩いても元通りになる形状記憶合金だし。
ちげえね。じゃあまあ、こいつはほっといてクオンジに挨拶に行くか。青崎とクオンジは今かね。
その前にあそこシスターが倒れてるぜ。でんか。俺が抱き起こしちゃっていいかな。
いいんじゃねえの。最悪てめえが乗されるだけだし。
Pikachu sounded like he was enjoying himself. His voice carried through the hall. Dust particles flitted in the air, appearing and disappearing in the rays coming through the skylight.
まあそういうオチもいいっちゃいいか。
Oddly cheerful voice summed up her honest thoughts. Bad Raspity drew to a close. She smiled in her own way, each to their own. Everyone had a choice, to lament the little time one had left, or to gamble on it. Perhaps we find things beautiful because they don't last. Someday this will all end, but not just yet. This jolly tale was simply another book to add to the shelf. Youth is both fleeting and never-ending. Stories of young boys and girls are full of hardships yet unseen. Which means, my friends, we shall no doubt meet again. Can't believe it was the one scene I missed. Because it was a random thing. Friend A sacrifice told you. Granted based on a Sleeping Beauty. He was unexpectedly. Detective. Calling them like the wind. Bomb victim. Stormy night tree. Tickling my electric chair, what? Died after that explosion. Fluffy form. Commodities. Somehow survived. GG. Acute alcohol poisoning. Cardiac infarction. So yeah. Eating, okay. Costumes, but core G. Because my kick shorts. GG. That's gonna wrap up Channel Holy Night for the. I think that's pretty much everything. It was good. It was fun. I don't know, but sometimes, like, while I was reading, I was like, it's a lot of exposition for something that was very, very short. If you just, like, explained it simply. I suppose that's what makes it good. It's very, very descriptive. It's good writing. I liked it. But I do wish there was a bit more content, substance. Yeah. For extra Mario content, check out FGO, right? I still haven't read that. I don't know when I'll read it, but Mario collab in FGO. Next week, probably gonna play Digimon, I think. So still have that second game, the second part of Digimon to play of that game. We'll do that. That's everything I've got on my mind right now. So we'll do that on next Saturday. If something else comes up, I do want to play that, so play that. Skip it, we did hold down. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, it's good. Thanks everyone happens to be watching. Thanks Max. Anyone else happens to be here? Call it for today. It's not new, right? There's more ploy information here. Fuck it. We're not reading it. This is just basically just like extra stuff to describe what ploys are. I'm done! I'm done for today! No, it's late. It's like 5 hours in. Call it a day for today. Alright. That's it, guys. See you guys later.